Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is ready though. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Where we come
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coach Man Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy.
excellent century yesterday. He looked in total control from the time he came to the crease, and he came to the crease with his team in some trouble at 89 for 5. Just after lunch on day one, Lakshan from the northern end over the wicket to the left-handed Joseph, and that skews off the bat, but all the way along the ground to point. He was looking to play that up the ground through the onside. Lakshan has been right on target this morning, but as we speak, he's decided to come around the wicket to the left-handed Joseph. Both left-handers at the crease for West Indies Academy at the moment, Joseph and August. So Lakshan around the wicket to Joseph. Joseph was playing that into the cover region, no run. He remains on 11. 42 for 1 is the score here at Coolidge. I encourage you, one and all, once again, if you're in the area, in Antigua anywhere, a better way to spend your Sunday to come and watch the future stars of West Indies cricket and Sri Lanka for that matter. That's played down to fine leg. The inside edge of Joseph's bat. He picks up another single. He moves to 12. 43 for 1. Now left-handed August on strike. It'll be the first time he's facing Lakshan this morning. Lakshan has gone back over the wicket. 2 slips in a gully await. As he comes in now to August. Forward in defence, playing that up to a mid-off. Looking good, August. Shot of authority at the last ball of the previous over that he pulled with disdain through mid-wicket. Played some nice drives yesterday as well.
I thought since yesterday he was really looking good.
Yes. Hopefully he can continue on. He waits for Lakshan. Again, spot on target, defended back to the bowler to complete the over. So we've had 2 overs of play here on the second day of this West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging Players 4-day first-class match. In reply to Sri Lanka Emerging Players 292. West Indies Academy 43 for 1.
Lakshana has been starting the ball just between middle and leg and getting it to cut across the left-handers. So they'll have their work cut out for them in facing him this morning. Both Sri Lankan pieces this morning, they've been on spot for the most part. You can see that ball is still very new.
So Disanyaka will continue from this, the commentary box end into Joseph. Right outside the off stump, left alone by Joseph. Yes, and they'll be looking for an early breakthrough. Of course, they got one last night. With West Indies Academy having about 40 minutes to bat before the close of play. Lost Justin Jagasar. LBW for naught. Disanyaka in again, and that's driven beautifully through the extra cover region by Joseph. 4 runs.
Gorgeous shot there by Joseph. was coming forward. It struck the toe end of the bat, but he was transferring the weight nicely. Got it through the gap. How beautiful a left-hander looks when he plays that shot.
Absolutely. He moves on to 16 and 47 for one. Lanka has the two slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and two men out on the hook. Fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Now he's just moving the backward point to deep backward point on the boundary. And again, full delivery, peel for caught behind, but I don't think the umpire be too interested in that. So a good confident start by both Joseph and Auguste. A couple of nice shots to the boundary. As Sri Lanka emerging, look for an early breakthrough here on day two. Sanyaka in again to Joseph, and too wide to interest the batsman that time. Another glorious day here so far. Sun beating down, so it'll be a long day in the field. Sanyaka at the top of his mark. Runs into Joseph, and Joseph is just dabbing that backward of point for an easy single.
Watchful, looking at that delivery onto the bat, Joseph, playing late. It's looked good this morning, Joseph. It's looked switched on for the most part.
Absolutely. But you were saying, Vinod, that he was out there having a look, practicing early. So it's very good to see. Moves on to 17, 48 for one. Disanyaka into Auguste. Bouncer elevated by Auguste to complete the over. So Auguste is on 28. Becky Joseph is on 17, and it's 48 for one.
Good start, good solid start here this morning by the West Indian duo. They've added 14 to the over 9:34. Akeem Auguste has really looked fine, as well as Becky Joseph, two left-handers. So far they've batted for like around 20 minutes so this morning, so we'll be looking to play that first hour out, see how things go from there.
Lakshan starts a new over, bounces, hooked down to fine leg, and he's caught.
Always a problem for him, Becky Joseph. That short delivery, not keeping it down, and he has to go.
Yes, they set the trap. They had the two men out for him, and he was never in control of that shot. Just basically helped it around the corner. And a good running catch there by the fine leg fielder. So Sri Lanka get the early breakthrough that they were looking for.
Yeah, well, he had to fetch it.
He did.
And that is what gave him problems. And you know, looking at it, Terry, on closer inspection, you'll realize that he really didn't go through the shot as well. Look at that, tennis ball bounce. Not really going through, more paddling it. give the fielder the opportunity to take the catch.
So Joseph goes for 17. And West Indies Academy lose their second. They're 48 for 2. That brings Captain Teddy Bishop to the crease. And this Vinod, important partnership now for West Indies Academy between Teddy Bishop and Akeem Auguste.
Skipper Teddy Bishop is in there now. He needs to probably just stabilize things a bit. On-call shot there, on-call 4 shot by Mbeki Joseph.
Absolutely. He wasn't in position, and as you say, he just really paddled it around the corner. Because he wasn't in position, better off just ducking under it, let it go through to the keeper. They had the 2 men out there. But Dhananjaya Lakshan, the Sri Lanka emerging captain, he's bowled well. He's in his 5th over. He's got figures of 1 for 4 so far. Medium pacer. He'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Teddy Bishop. 2 slips and a gully. Short extra cover, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. And a deep backward square. And that beats Bishop. Good delivery once again by Lakshan. He's certainly on the money this morning. Drew Bishop into the stroke.
It's beautiful. Bishop was in no man's land. He was neither forward nor back. Just standing there, Teddy Bishop.
He's caught on the crease. Feet not really going anywhere. Of course, the first ball he's faced. Lakshan in again to Bishop on wide outside the off stump. Two slips and a gully weight as Lakshan into Bishop. Captain to captain, and that one's let go by Bishop through to the keeper. Runs in again to Bishop.
Bishop keeps a bit low. Be wary of that. Bishop was behind it though. Well, tentative to start with here, Bishop.
Lakshan into Bishop once again. Wide outside the off stump, left alone by Bishop. But Lakshan will be a bit disappointed that he didn't get him to play as many deliveries as possible. But he did pick up the wicket of Mbeki Joseph in that over. And at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings at 292, are 48 for 2.
So Bishop has faced 5 deliveries so far. Lakshana has been good.
He's been right on the money this morning.
Lakshan, in fact, he's been good.
Lanka will continue from the commentary box end into August. August is playing that nicely into the cover region for a comfortable single as they jog through.
I like how he approached that. He just allowed it to come on to him. He's not pushing out too really. He's just, I wouldn't say tentative, but he's being careful and he's playing those deliveries just under his nose.
That's middle. Half stop.
So Teddy Bishop is into his 22nd first-class match. Scored 981 runs at an average of 27. Highest score 114, just the 100 so far, 7 50s. And he didn't have a bad 2025 West Indies Championship, 340 runs at 37. Highest score of 99. Oh, and that's close. No, umpire says going down leg. The Sri Lankans were very confident.
Let's have a look at that.
Oh.
I think they're unlucky, aren't they?
I think they're very unlucky.
Let's have another look at. Let's have another look at that. Good morning to all. Good evening to all our fans in Colombo.
Oh, that's out.
Definitely out. Dissanayaka will count himself unlucky.
Absolutely.
Bishop would count himself very lucky.
Very lucky.
Well,
can he make it pay though?
It's even Stevens.
Yes,
Yesterday.
true, because of the catch.
Yeah.
Yes.
If producer can just bring that up again for us.
I don't see how he could have thought it wasn't out.
Yeah.
He was caught on the crease. The ball come back beautifully. Hit him. Would have taken middle and off.
No ball.
No ball. Half forward. Bishop was there. Tentative to come forward.
That no ball raises the 54 West Indies Academy. 54-2. Never an easy job being an umpire, but he picked up the no ball, missed the LBW. In comes Dissanayaka again. Again, forward in defence is Bishop.
Bishop very lucky to still be there.
It's extremely lucky. But that's the wonderful game of cricket. He needs to put that out of his mind. Try and get himself in. He's still on naught. He's faced some 9 deliveries thus far. 2 slips and a gully weight as Dissanayaka in again to Bishop. And Bishop is just defending this onto the onside this time. Remains on naught.
Yeah, just roll a little.
Interesting times this. Sri Lanka got the early breakthrough that they were looking for. And Lakshan needs to keep his boys up for the challenge. Forget about what's gone. Sanyaka into Bishop. Again, come back, but he got the bat down in time this time. Takes a quick single, peel for a run out, a direct hit. Not out, says the umpire.
He's off and running, but
He
again,
is.
they're dangerously moving across his stumps there.
Just look at this run out. Yes.
It's safe.
So interesting over comes to an end. 51-4-2. Bishop is off and running. Vinod alluded to, he's on 1. But he does have a problem on that front foot. He doesn't really commit. And the front foot almost collapses sometimes at the point of impact.
Yeah, he's always half forward.
Mm. So we'll be facing Sri Lanka captain in Lakshan. Bowled very well. 5 overs, 1 for 4. And in he comes now to Teddy Bishop. Right outside the off stump. Left alone by Bishop. Prior to this over, Lakshan 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. And that wicket was the wicket to fall this morning in Becky Joseph. Somadut Dita picked up the wicket last night of Justin Jagasar, LBW. 2 slips in the gully weight as Lakshan into Bishop. Bishop is beaten.
Ken, half forward.
It's almost like the foot gets stuck. You know, he looks like he's going to put a full stride through and then it just stops. Lakshan in again to his opposite number in Bishop. And that takes the edge but bounces in front of first and second slip. Rolls down to the fine leg boundary and they complete 2. So he's living dangerously as Teddy Bishop.
Yep.
He moves on to 3, 53 for 2.
Action getting the ball to Teal away from him. Let's have a look at that. Yeah. Sri Lanka at this point in time with their tails up.
Definitely. Right. Interesting here. First slip and second slip have changed places, and first slip has gone ahead of both second slip and the keeper. And the gully has come a bit finer. So we've almost got basically 3 slips, but the first slip is ahead of everyone. That's played up to mid-on by Bishop. I think they were surprised that that edge didn't carry. It didn't trouble anywhere near the first slip really. It bounced well forward of him. So usual slip cordon where the first slip is staggered. He's the deepest. He's now in front of everyone. There's Lakshan in again to Teddy Bishop. Bishop is driving firmly but straight to mid-off.
It's getting that one to swing in massively there.
taken some 75 wickets in his first-class career as Lakshan, an average of just under 30, 29.68, best of 5 for 99. Bishop is playing that into the cover region, can't beat the field to end another interesting over there by Lakshan. At the end of the over, West Indies Academy 53 for 2. August is on 29 and Bishop is on 3.
Well, Terry, I believe you. I see young Richards has walked into the com box. Probably went to church this morning.
Of course.
You'll get into that with him.
So interesting times here at Coolidge. Sri Lanka on top this morning. Could have had 2 breakthroughs. They've got 1. That's going to be this Lanka to continue from the commentary box end. He'd be bowling to the left-handed August over the wicket. It's played defensively into the mid-wicket region for a comfortable single. So August moves on to 30. It's 54 for 2. And I say a very good morning to Marley Richards.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning, everyone. I have to agree with you there. Sri Lanka have been pretty good this morning. Picking up yet another wicket. Becky Joseph going to the sharp ball. I think it's going to be a route that bowlers, especially the fast bowlers, look to employ on this pitch. Maybe as the sun bakes down a bit more, you see a bit more inconsistent bounce, makes it a bit harder to play. Something to keep an eye on.
Yanka into the right-handed Bishop, plays that beautifully through the mid-wicket area, rolling out towards the boundary, 4 runs. Good-looking shot that by Bishop. Moves on to 7.
Yeah, got into a good position. As you can see, the slips and the wicket-keeper there, their hands on their heads, knowing that if he had missed that one, would have been a very close shot indeed. Have a look at that. Almost getting across to the off stump. Manages to make contact, and it's an area of concern for Teddy Bishop that we've seen, especially over the past couple of seasons. It's gone via the LBW. And
yeah, because that front leg, he never gets that good stride in, and it almost collapses on impact. No?
Even at times against Lakshan, you know, just not getting a big enough stride out there, and with that ability to take the ball away. 2 slips and a gully down there just for that.
Drives it firmly up to mid-off. They take a quick single. Good running. 59 for 2.
For me, maybe Lakshan, the skippers, look the more skillful.
Yeah, for sure.
Of the pacers so far. I think he's a particular threat to Teddy Bishop. Hakeem Ogis looks pretty good. Solid, compact defense. Tends to get a bigger stride in.
But it was Disanyanko who should have had the wicket of Bishop.
Yep.
I don't know what happened there, but anyway.
Luckily for Bishop, he's still at the crease.
Exactly. Round the wicket now to August. August leaves a good-looking delivery through to the keeper.
So we position that.
Yes.
From Ogis, like where he ended up.
Right.
Well outside that off stump. Allowed it to go through. We saw that leave yesterday. Pretty close indeed. Dicey. Looking more assured where that off stump is. He's got to earn the right to score big here. Did a lot of the hard work yesterday. Earned the right to be here on the second morning. It's well played, soft hands. Should be looking for 2. Should be comfortable.
Yeah, good running.
Comfortable 2 runs there for the West Indies Academy. That's an area of the game which they need to exploit, these Sri Lankans, in these conditions. Very hot, dry. Got to weigh them down physically as well. Nothing worse than to be out in the field for long periods, just chasing leather. I think that's something that De La Vera did quite well yesterday in that 100, the way he just knocked the ball in the gaps, ran hard, picked up quite a few twos.
Yeah, the thing that impressed me, Mali, with him is from the time he went out there, he looked in control. Lanka around the wicket again. Bounce on the ball left by August. Called wide.
Yeah,
Boy.
that's an interesting call there.
Boy.
Harsh. Wry smile on the face of the bowler there. Have a look at this. Having a laugh. That's it, see? This Anayaka has to go back to his mark and bowl that one again. In these conditions, it's not something you're looking forward to. He's thinking, yeah, I got all of that over unscathed. Still got a final delivery here to Oggies, who's looking good, 32 on off 42. And as you said earlier, Terry, just needs to get that big score.
Again. Now that was
It's probably a bit higher.
higher than the previous. Anyway,
Jace pulls it
say
up
nothing.
again. Let's have a look at this replay. Is that one higher than the one that was called no ball wide previously? In fact, it was maybe a bit more on the money, to be fair, but neither.
But neither were
Neither
wide.
were wide.
No, no.
And I think that's what this Nayaka was trying to prove on that final delivery.
I don't think himself and the umpire are going to end up best friends at the end of this
At
match.
this stage, I don't think he's in a race to lose weight. So he's sending him back to bowl extra balls where he thinks.
And that would be W that he never got.
It's not an extra fitness test out there being conducted by the umpires. It could have as well. Jason just tells us that extra ball could have brought a wicket as well. So it's not all negative.
No.
Oggies could have looked to take that one on. Maybe got a bit of a top edge, a bit of glove through to the wicket keeper. Lakshan, this is the matchup for me here early on day 2. Just there, he's not sure whether to play, whether to leave.
Yeah, and the front foot goes nowhere.
Because of the skills that Lakshan possesses, that ability to move the ball both ways, looks pretty innocuous, really.
He does, but he does something with it.
Yeah. This is what I was saying yesterday. He came in at batted at number 6. Didn't take the new ball.
No.
Came in like first or second change actually.
Yeah.
He just does a bit with it. He looks like one of the bowlers that could look to exploit a bit of reverse swing later on in this innings as well.
Beats him again.
Just there. As we're saying, that's the matchup. Bishop being lured into defending wide of that off stump.
First slip in front of the keeper and the cordon again.
And he got a bigger stride in there, but it wasn't a comfortable stride. And a lot of times you hear people talking about, get a big stride in. But if you do get as big a stride as you possibly could get, you're kicking the ball. So it's all about getting a comfortable stride in, one that works for you. It's more about that head positioning, just there. That head was in a better position, allowed him to access the information of what that delivery was doing a bit quicker.
But excellent point, O'Malley, because if you look at somebody like a Mikhail Louis, the stride is too big, and then he's caught in no man's land. He can't get back if it's short of a length.
You can tell he's really thinking about getting onto that front foot. Sometimes you really have to make a concerted effort, but it really depends on the conditions. Slow, low conditions, at times it's like, why go back? The ball isn't going to get too high up there or too big on you. It's well played. Just needs to get off strike. Just a bit short there from Lakshan. Allowing Bishop to knock that into the onside for 1. That's an area of his game in which he has to just improve a bit more, Terry. Big open spaces in this field. You've got 2 slips, a gully, massive gap in cover.
Yeah, plenty of gaps, Mali, to
just gotta
just
play
knock
with
the
soft
ball
hands.
around. Yeah.
To maneuver the strike and keep the bowlers under pressure. Don't allow them to really string dot balls together. Just there, he's on the money, but well played from Ogis.
And we've seen Ogis do that this morning, where he's used soft hands and just knocked them into the gaps. Picked up his ones and twos.
Probably wasn't trying to hit it as fine as it went. But because he presents such a full face more often than not, just took the inner half. Went down to fine leg harmlessly.
Brings the right-handed Teddy Bishop back on strike. That's the area. Let that one go to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 64-42. August is on 33 and Teddy Bishop is on 9.
Key partnership this.
Absolutely.
As you were saying yesterday, West Indies Academy really struggled to post or respond to totals this year. It's been a real struggle to get to 250. Multitude of games that we would have seen them play. They found batting the hardest.
They have, yeah. But as we were saying yesterday, though, Marley, when you take the likes of Kevlin Anderson, Kirk McKenzie, Kevin Wickham out of that lineup,
Right, I'm wrong. Change.
it's great to see Colin Bourne Tucker breaking through this season. Rivaldo Clark has been amongst the runs, but it's been the consistency, though, hasn't it, that has let them down.
Then if you think also you got the fast tracking of a Joel Andrew, who was named originally
in the academy, exactly, yeah.
But his talent has really allowed for him to debut in ODI cricket just the other day. It wouldn't have gone as well as he would have liked.
I think it was a bit rough.
Very rough.
Making him open.
Yeah, it was. But it's an opportunity at
Well,
the same
true.
time.
Yeah,
at the
true.
top of the innings, and the way, as precocious as he is, I know that's something that he was looking forward to.
True,
I think he would have just had to get through that opening period, really. But there's an opportunity. Don't look at it so much as a negative, to be fair.
So we're seeing it spin for the first time today. Sean Daniel, the off-break bowler.
I think he's gotten an idea early of what international cricket is, and just what's required.
Right, yeah, true, true.
He's breezed through the levels.
Yep.
He's maybe expecting to just get to the ODI level or the international level as well and just breeze through that. But it hasn't just gone that way in his first couple of games.
Right.
That should really give him something to work at. He's probably back home now.
Well, and that is hit high and clears. Well, it fell through his hands, actually. He was worried about the rope there.
He was never sure of where he was he?
No.
He'd actually gone behind the rope at one point. Have a look there.
Yes, yeah.
Never really got back in play.
And then forgot the ball anyway.
Yes. Didn't take the catch, so it was 6 runs. Ashi and Daniel there, just tossing one up to Teddy Bishop. He obliged. Didn't come straight out the middle of the bat. Got more elevation and distance, but enough distance to just drop past that boundary at the wide mid-wicket. Corner area, as they'd say. Is that a chance, Terry?
It was a chance.
I think it went aerial. I wouldn't call it a chance.
No,
Did
it was,
but let's have a look again.
It was
Did
a
he get up a
sharp
bit
chance.
early? For me, short leg's got to be even lower than that to begin with. Ooh, that's gotten to him in the air. Really, with a better technique, he would have had more of a chance, per se.
True.
Me short legs gotta be low, stay low. Look to rise. The very last moment. Especially now with all the protective equipment available to close-in fielders. Gotta be brave.
Just talking about Jewel Andrew, though, I believe he's, well, we'll see shortly, but he's in St. Lucia, yeah, for the second 4-day first-class match with the West Indies A team.
And it forces you to think as well. Would that have been maybe a better way
better
to
option?
introduce
Yes,
him to the international game?
Yeah, I believe so. But also, I don't think they missed out though. Yeah, but with the Test series against Australia,
right,
a couple of weeks away, and the fact that the top 6, if you take the top 6 from the last time we played Test against Pakistan, not firing and not really firing in the championship, he must be in the mix. He must be, somewhere thereabouts for the squad. I'm not necessarily saying he's going to make his Test debut, but keep him round the squad.
And that's why these games are so important.
Right.
That can change in the next week in terms of what kind of performance you would see from him in that second.
I mean, if he goes out and makes 100 in this match, then he's got to be, he's got to be putting his name out there.
And for me, it's not just 100; it's the type of 100.
Type of 100, exactly, and especially since they're struggling. 600 banged against them the other day, and they barely made 250 in both innings.
Well, I probably anticipate a slightly stronger batting lineup in this second.
Right.
Test.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
With the introduction of the former West Indian captain in Craig Brathwaite. Said Andrew comes in as well.
Different captains.
Yeah, I really like the look of Kevlin Anderson.
Yes. Yeah.
I think he's a very good player. A bit unassuming, as they'd say.
Right.
Maybe the least flashy of that bunch of Wickham and Mackenzie and that lot.
Yeah. And that's somebody who does deserve a chance because he made a ton of runs in the.
But he's actually he's had the most seamless transition to the first class game.
Yes.
In terms of leaving this academy setup, going back to his territory, the Guyana Jaguars.
Harpy Eagles.
Yeah.
Man,
I can't keep up.
What do we call
1 week is a Jaguar, next week is a Harpy Eagle.
And what are we? The Hurricanes, then we're the Thunder.
Then we're Talawar, then we're
Falcons.
I can't keep up, man. You almost have to be a zoologist. Or weatherman, a meteorologist. The thunder, the hurricanes.
Even worse when we're playing the volcanoes.
Yeah, the volcanoes.
Lakshan coming around the wicket now to the left-handed August. 73 for 2 here at Coolidge. That's well bowled and well left.
Did actually see a falcon this morning on my walk.
Yes.
Took the dog for a nice long walk this morning.
Oh, she'll be happy.
Yeah, the nice little falcon on a perch. Just hunted a lizard and was enjoying his breakfast. I take keen interest in those kind of things.
Yes. You always have.
Yeah. Animals.
Yeah.
To be honest. But round the wicket now, Lakshan to the left-handed Akeem Ogis. I like the position of Ogis. Yeah, he's getting into very good positions, strong positions, especially for a top-order batter. So if that ball does move, he's in as good a position as any in which to combat it.
Definitely.
He's got a solid base, so that base has gotten more stable as his young career has progressed over the past, 18 months or so. Used to get a lot squarer, even earlier in the season. You can tell he's working hard. He's holding that side-on shape a lot longer. End of that over. Just 2 runs coming from it.
And that's what you like to see, though, Mali, the progression, as you say.
Yes.
With these
And
young boys.
You're seeing the progression in quite a few of these young lads. Johan Lane, I still want to see a bit more from him with the bat. I think he's got to take his batting a little seriously, a bit more seriously.
Yes,
Considering the ability that
he has, yeah.
I think he understands just what he could be as a cricketer.
True.
At this stage. But it's for the people around him and people entrusted with his development to develop or to bring him to what we think is his ceiling. But, who else? Johan Lane. What I've seen from Callum Bowen Tuckett.
That century really made him, didn't it? Once he broke through, his keeping, everything went up a notch.
Yeah, he's been one that's been heavily invested in.
Yes.
So far, he's repaying that investment. Very good performances, growing from season to season, match to match.
And he looks a good, honest cricketer. Always putting in. 148 for 4 after 17.2 overs. West Indies batting first against England in the second T20.
His dad was here yesterday, taking in the action.
Okay.
Saw him in the stands, had a little chat. Someone I respect highly. Carl Tuckett, especially growing up as a cricketer in the Leewards. He's one of the leading.
He was always up there.
Yeah, very underrated. Former international cricketer. Played one-day internationals for the West Indies. Would have probably played T20s if he was around in that T20 time. Very good medium fast bowler and strong hitter. Still good all-round cricketer. I think he's here doing the, he's an umpire now, as you know, so he's doing that Leeward Islands T20 Championship. Oh, that's close. That's
he's
close.
given this one.
Mm.
Yes, on the sweep, missed. And that looked pretty adjacent. So an interesting innings from Teddy Bishop comes to an end.
Maybe
he come right across,
he
but
did. Maybe
yeah,
just clipping that leg stump.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, he did misread the length, misjudge the length. Just a bit too full for that
for
sweep.
the sweep, yeah. And that is drinks here at Coolidge at the fall of that wicket, 73 for 3 after West Indies Academy resumed on 34 for 1. So I think, Mali, you'd have to say that Sri Lanka took the honours there in that first hour of play.
Yeah, taking those 2 wickets. The captain, Teddy Bishop, just walking back now to the pavilion, brings Callum Bowen Tuckett to the crease. 73 for 3 in reply to that first inning score of 292, as he'd say. So far in that first hour, yeah, got to give it to Sri Lanka. They've been in the ascendancy.
Alright, let's play.
Well, thanks a lot, Marley. And Tuckett is in there. I heard Marley speak about Carl Tuckett whilst I was off air. I want to agree with him. What a wonderful man he is. And a very solid umpire, just away from short leg. And again, Marley seemed to be prophesizing a lot of things. Short leg has been a long leg.
Yeah.
He has been coming up too quickly. He's not staying down.
Yeah, he should be a lot lower there, shouldn't he, Bernard? Have a look at this.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
up and then looking to go
up
back.
and then looking to go back down.
Yeah.
The head bounces, loses track of the ball. Not in the best position to take the catch there. He's got to stay stable at that short leg position.
I'm very surprised though, Marley, just to go back to Carl Tuckett a bit. I'm surprised he hasn't made the grade up. I suspect it may happen soon. He's a very solid umpire.
It's been solid for years and years and years now, to be fair.
Good friend of mine as well. I remembered luring him into the commentary box in St. Martin. Did pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's a student of the game.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Something he's always brought to his game, and you see it now being passed on to the next generation. Colin Bowen Tuckett. I think we're going to spin now, full spin attack for the Sri Lankans, Vinod.
Yeah. I like the look of Lakshan though. Something about him.
Skillful.
Yeah, he's skillful. He's not flashy, but he's skillful. Like your guy Kevlin Anderson. Sudhira is going to take up the attack from the CIU road end. Sri Lanka will count themselves unlucky for short leg. I think twice he could have taken catches. And, well, he's back in the pavilion now, Teddy Bishop, but he was plumb right in front. Stevie Wonder would have given that.
Ray Charles too.
Of course. The appeal might have gone to Ray Charles, and he would have raised his finger. Another lovely day for cricket here in Antigua. I see at Viv Richards Stadium where the third place is currently on the way in the Leeward Islands T20 tournament. There should be a massive party on the outside. I don't think it has anything to do with the cricket, but
it's one of those days. I mean, it's Fed season here in Antigua.
Oh,
yeah, so every weekend there's at least 2 or 3 fets going on.
Oh, and you've been going to 4 every weekend. Sweeping well. That's 4. That's a lovely shot there from Hakeem August. I like him.
I do. I like him a lot. Pulling out the orthodox sweep on this occasion. Swept with power. Got into a very good position. It's been a hallmark of his innings so far. He's just gotten into very good positions. He's picked up length quite early as well.
What I like about him, he stays still. His head stays still. I like that about him.
And he hasn't always been the case. You know, he's really improved that over the past 12 months or so. Seems to be understanding his game a lot more in terms of his own capabilities, what he can and can't do.
Nice use of the feet.
He's
There's a
quite
certain
stylish to watch.
confidence.
Yeah,
there's a certain confidence you can see oozing from him.
Those play shots all around the ground. I do like that compact defense of his, especially considering, and he's playing with soft hands as well, considering where he bats at the top of the innings.
Too many of our players in the region lacks confidence. Oh, wow. What was Carlon doing there? Did he lose sight of the ball?
He has a tendency to stay quite low to the spinners. You see him crouch and stay quite low. But that one's just taken off. Even the wicket keeper is taken by surprise. That delivery there. Maybe something for the West Indies Academy to, well, and Sri Lanka as well, with a heavy spin attack. They'll be liking what they're seeing. Considering as well, West Indies Academy be batting last.
Yeah.
On this pitch.
And you're speaking about, just going back to that point, players lacking confidence. I think it has come from decades of poor performances. I think even captains are too much in their shell. They don't attack as they should. I was making the point to Terry yesterday that I remember covering a test match in Barbados, West Indies, Pakistan, and the number 8 came into bat and there was a deep point on the boundary. Dennis Ramden at the time was the West Indies captain.
Yeah, and
I just couldn't understand it.
That's what was in vogue in around that time. If you think back to I think from like 2005, that Ashes series, where you saw Australia and England employing those tactics. Obviously, we knew the type of players that were in both teams and the way they would go about it. But ever since then, even around that period there, all the other teams looked to employ the same tactics. And we've seen it now with the way bowlers just go around the wicket instantly to left-handers.
Yeah. Started this, I saw Shannon Gabriel started that against England. He got some success with it though. And speaking about confidence, when the West Indies ruled the world, it was all about confidence.
And if you think back as well to the West Indies, why and what was obviously we had great batsmen, but those fast bowlers was what really set us apart.
Yeah.
And if you look at how the game trended following that, everyone needed to have their battery of fast bowlers as well.
Yep. Remember 1988, West Indies were really putting a heavy set of licks on England. At the end of that series, the West Indies won 4-0 only because the first test at Trent I think half of the test match was rained out. It would have been... Oh, he's bowled him! Right through the gate.
That was a good piece of bowling. It would take a special piece of bowling really to dislodge Akeem O'Keefe.
I think it drifted.
Yeah.
With the strong wind coming from the airport end. Look at that.
He's just playing for a bit of turn that wasn't there.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of natural variation, just going on with the arm, but just a tiny gap, but big enough for that ball to go through. O'Keefe scores. He's been the standout batter for the West Indies Academy in this inning so far. And you must say now, Sri Lanka definitely in the ascendance.
Yeah, the fourth wicket falling. Excellent piece of bowling there from Daniel. So I was saying, at the end of that 1988 series in England, you might have been in England at the time, Marley. Had the West Indies won that 5-0, there would have been 15 test matches straight because they had defeated England 5-0 in 84. Then in 86 in the Caribbean, repeated that 5-0 and then won 4-0. England had lost their mind. They were just bringing men in. They actually selected Chris Cowdrey to come in and captain the team.
Yes.
And at the toss, Cowdrey was reading out the team. And after he reached about 4 players, Sir Viv, who was West Indies captain, said, "Look, don't worry about it. Whoever you pick, you're still going to lose." That is confidence.
Those are the years where things were so bad for England that they were picking specialist captains.
Yeah. Remember New Zealand picked a specialist captain once as well, Lee Jamon.
I remember.
Yeah, he made his debut as captain. Yeah. Made his test debut as the captain. And you know, at that time as a West Indian fan, you're asking yourself, how could these teams battle in international cricket? What is going on with their cricket? And then it came around.
Look how the times have changed, huh?
Yep. Daniel. That's a lovely shot. Packed with spectators around him. and he was still playing the shot. That's confidence.
Yeah, that's what we've seen from Carlin Bowen Tuckett. Once again, staying quite low, looking to hit up on that one.
I don't think it's hard for Carlin to stay low.
Yeah, and he gets lower. It's not the tallest of players, Carlin Bowen Tuckett, tallest of guys, really.
Some of the greatest batsmen are short men.
Exactly. I think it's Sonny Gavaskar, Sachin Tendulkar, or
Brian Lara.
Indians, really.
Yeah.
Brian Lara.
If it was just slightly taller than them.
Yeah, Shiv,
Yeah.
not the tallest as well.
And you would remember Marley. Tuckett drives, looking for a quick single and gets it. He's looking for two. What is going on with Tuckett? He's too positive.
He's busy.
Yeah, he's busy. And most wicket keepers are busy men. And
It's a characteristic of wicket keepers. Isn't it? You're right. See it from around. It's like almost their role to be as busy as they are. They've got to keep the team G'd up when out in the field. When things aren't going well, they've got to be the ones that providing energy, providing encouragement.
would you believe the leg slip was just moved out after Tuckett played the sweep shot?
And I think what we're seeing is what we almost prophesied yesterday, how it comes. In fact, the issue for the this Valdo Clark, the inside edge. The issue for the West Indies Academy in this series, especially the 4-day series, will be how they tackle the Sri Lankan spinners. We did mention that yesterday.
Yeah. And they are going to get grip on that track. That track has grass coming through the surface. Although it may be dry, it's not rolled in grass. It's still coming through the surface. And the pitch is rough with grass.
Yes.
Not rough with the actual turf. It's rough with grass.
And it's
So
something they've been trying to really get going here in terms of that grass covering. Over the years, grass actually keeps the pitch together with how hot and dry it does get here.
Well, it's a
in
drive.
the summer.
You'll be happy to know there's a drive in Trinidad and Tobago to improve the pitches. And they want green pitches in Trinidad now. Jason Passad, our producer, I think, could probably get a photo of the pitch at the National Cricket Center in Couva, which is the headquarters, like how here is CWI headquarters.
Yeah.
The National Cricket Center is the headquarters for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And Jason might be able to just show an image of what a pitch looks like there for you to see, Marley. Don't know when last you've come down to that neck of the woods.
No, I haven't been there in a couple of years now.
Right. You would have played tennis in Trinidad.
Yeah, I played a bit of tennis there. I played at Couva. Yeah. But, I played all over Trinidad in the tennis arena.
Sweeping well. That's 4.
This academy team, that's a shot they do employ quite a lot.
Clark.
Valdo Clark on this occasion.
Did you like the sweep shot?
I did. It's a shot that I played quite a lot. Sweep and the reverse sweep. Especially in my time, I went too many.
I wouldn't like to know what your dad would have said to you, because I remember him telling me once he never liked the sweep shot.
Yes.
He told me this.
He wasn't someone that played the sweep shot.
No, he told me that he hated the thing. He said he rather came back or go forward and punched it
down the ground.
Yeah.
I think it's just all different ways to skin
And
it.
when you remember him playing cricket,
You don't
you
think
don't associate that
any
with
sweep
it.
shots with it. Really.
Yeah.
You don't.
Yeah.
Wasn't one that would get down on one knee per se. Or maybe just sneaking down the leg side.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that.
It's a deal of
Terry's.
vast experience.
Yep. That guy Terry's having a rather large cup of coffee with his tumbler.
Just there again on the money.
Here comes the replay of the previous delivery. Yeah, I remember him telling me that he never really liked the sweep shot. But made a century against Pakistan and Multan in 1981. He told me it was the ugliest 100 he had ever scored, but it's the most valuable.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
Something we mentioned yesterday. A lot of our West Indian batters, we either score runs really breezily or at top form, or don't score any at all. There's no real middle ground.
Yeah.
In terms of when maybe you're not feeling your best, fighting it out, earning the right to score runs.
I think, apart from Subiv getting 100 in that match, only one other West Indian got in the double figures. It showed you, he said,
yes.
the ball was jumping in all directions and he took his blows, but he got 100.
Shot.
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot. The shot of the day. Tuck it.
The way that raced down the hill here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground tells you about the talent of this young man. At the end of the day, Ashy and Daniel wouldn't be too disappointed with that, though. He's got a big gap through the offside. He wants Tuckett looking to open himself up to hit through the offside, but good thing about that one is, and that's something that Dad would say a lot, if you get to the pitch, you hit the ball anywhere you want to.
Yep.
And on that occasion, it's just a bit too full.
So he has moved not backward point, putting him in a square, a sweeper's position on the cover boundary, but he has re-employed that leg slip, or leg gully if you may please.
Expect the line to be a bit straighter.
Intelligent batting. He could have
Staying a bit leg side of that one.
Yeah, because of the fact that the backward point had moved. Yes. So this is good thinking here by Tuckett. But when you kind of batted like Sylvia, you didn't need the sweep shot. There was no need for it. This morning, going through social media, things pop up. And, now, that's a reverse sweep. What are they appealing for? I'm sure he got bat onto that.
They're probably thinking it was a bit of pad first.
And now with AI, you hear your own commentary, your phone, it's right there. You're speaking about Surviv. All of a sudden this morning on my social media, a slew of things came up about Surviv. And, I happened to read one of the articles. It was when he scored 322 for Somerset.
Okay, yes. It was the anniversary of that just, I think, last week.
Yeah. 4 runs down the next side. Did you witness that knock?
No. That was in
You'd
the
have been
80s.
too...
Yeah, way too young. 4 byes, I think. Not sure that.
Well, I didn't see the signal. But the ball is jumping.
And expect the Sri Lankans to get a bit more out of this pitch as to what we saw from Joshua Bishop yesterday. Just because they put a bit more energy on the ball. They're really looking to spin the ball.
Yeah, Joshua yesterday, with all due respect to him, he was just rolling it. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. The Sri Lankans are theatrical in their appealing.
Very theatrical. Got to be careful here. They've been questioning the umpire too much. He's just sneaking down that leg side.
Probably coming off the knee.
Just want Valdo Clark to just back his ability to. It's not the biggest turner here, It's not a turning and bouncing viciously. He's got to trust that defense of his. Yeah, use his feet.
It's a fine shot. That's 4.
Just going to say he's pulled out a few reverse sweeps. How about trying to get down the pitch, get to the pitch of this one. And just there, kept his eye on it. Not quite out the middle of the bat, but good enough to beat that fielder chasing that one in situ. So 4 runs to end that over. Second boundary coming up for Valdo Clark.
So the West Indies, in that hoop, were getting past 100, 106 for 4. But as Manny Richards was saying, Daniel would not be too disappointed with the fact that these guys are playing shots.
Yeah, as many shots as there are. Disappointed with see that extra cover drive, just over pitching, not executing. We wouldn't mind Carlin Bowen Tuckett opening himself up to the offside. That provides a gap, brings the ball into play. Bit of tinkering going on now with the field.
Tuckett watching that one carefully onto the bat. Then we're gonna have a diet of spin bowling here until the West Indies in its ends.
To be fair, with how well the spinners are doing, will offer the opportunity at some point to skip a lap and to rotate his bowlers, his fast bowlers from one end. That way keeping him as fresh as possible in these hot conditions. Maybe use him in short, sharp bursts. 3-4 over spells. Take it once again. That's something he does so well. Uses the depth of the crease to get back quite a lot to the spinners. Turns balls that aren't necessarily that short into short deliveries. And what you like is his proactivity. He's always looking to score. And that doesn't necessarily mean finding the boundaries. He's maneuvering the ball into the gaps. Something he does very well. Single to finish. 26 overs now in this West Indies Academy innings. Lost 3 wickets here this morning. Akeem Ogi's top scoring at 41 of 57. Looked very assured at the crease. Played all around the ground. Played with soft hands. Something Vinod said, that still head. He was a little disappointed to be dismissed in the manner in which he was, but it was a good piece of bowling nonetheless.
Discussion there between Captain Lakshan and Daniel. Looking to plan the way forward.
Just looking at the records of these Sri Lankan players, the majority of them would have come through the Sri Lankan under-19 system, Lankan Cricket Development 11 as well. Vastly experienced, first class level. I think it's Sadira, he's just 24. He's already played this, his 47th first class game. 188 wickets, best of 8 for 50. He's got 15 5-wicket hauls already and 2 10-wicket hauls, so that tells you someone who's very experienced and relishes bowling in spin-friendly conditions. Needs to run quick between the wickets. Comfortably come back for 2. Good batting once again. He's putting or keeping a bit of pressure on Ashi and Daniel. Every time he just drops a bit short or over pitches. Looking to exploit that. So now they've taken that leg slip out. It comes into the extra cover region.
Partnership of 32 here for the West Indies. Critical. It's coming no time.
Rivaldo Clark has just come to the crease. He's 12 deliveries already.
Not really getting hold of that, but again, the bat speed.
Playing
Coming
shots.
down on
It's a
that.
shot a ball at this stage. Just needs to get through this little period. What are we, about 4 minutes or so away from lunch? Oh, no.
From 11:30, 4 minutes
Yeah.
away from you getting your
My
break.
About 25 minutes away from lunch.
You don't eat, Manny Richards. Yesterday,
Well, I
you
didn't eat yesterday.
had no
Didn't eat
lunch, you
yesterday.
had no tea.
I didn't eat here yesterday. That's another.
Oh, I thought you were fasting.
No.
The big man Jason told me that.
It's a protest. It's a silent protest.
Yeah.
It's not a hunger strike. It's a silent
Protest.
protest.
So he's back. The
Oh,
the
yes.
leg slip is back.
They fancy their chances here. Good batting. Good batting this. You can tell Rivaldo Clark's probably coming out of a bit of T20 cricket. The way he's started this innings. Just there, just getting off strike. Something that Brian Lara would talk about a lot in terms of just getting off strike, getting the information from the other end. How valuable that was to him in building his innings. Someone that when he got in, he was in.
He was in.
He was going big. Top edge
edge.
there, sweep, but vacant region there just behind. Square on the inside in that fine leg region. It's a leg slip in, but no chance for him. Keeping the pressure on these spinners of the West Indies Academy, being very proactive in their shot selection.
Every over is an event here. And that's the pitch.
Which one? Right. Well, you can't really tell the difference in the
No, you
pitch and the
can't.
field.
You can't.
In terms of just how green, reminds me of a pitch we saw. Was it in the Basin Reserve in
Yeah, in
New
New
Zealand a
Zealand.
few years
Yeah.
ago? Couldn't tell the difference. There was no market difference from the actual outfield and the pitch.
That's the pitch.
But I mean, I don't mind seeing that
Yeah.
here in the
honestly,
Caribbean.
yeah.
You need to try and create the environment.
The fast bowlers have been enjoying it.
Yeah, picking up a lot of wickets. They play a lot of club cricket there.
A lot of cricket.
Yeah.
A lot of cricket. Interzone cricket, club cricket, you name it.
First class, everything.
First class trials, that's their base.
If I remember, that was the first place that would have had an indoor net facility in Trinidad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there are a number of indoor facilities
Yes.
all over the place. You know, last night when we left here, I went across where we were doing the other coverage at the Leeward Islands T20 tournament, and I saw Kofi James. Oh my, I was impressed.
Chance.
Oh, chance there. Chance goes a begging.
Miss Stumping. That Avera, he could do no wrong, but after scoring that brilliant 100 yesterday, once again, Rivaldo Clark. Did that one just go away from Rivaldo Clark slightly?
It seems so.
Did a turn there once again. This one's top edge, but no one in that region more than a top edge. Straight out the middle. Flew over that wideish mid wicket for 6.
It's a lovely shot indeed. Look at this. Tuck it. Using forthright methods to fight back here.
It's a shot he plays so often. Carlin tuck it to the spinners. As he said, not the tallest in stature, but really makes that stature work for him in terms of just how his feet move at the crease.
He's playing a similar type innings to what De La Vera played.
Very proactive.
Yeah.
Very busy indeed. As we say, both wicketkeeper batters.
Yeah.
So they're
Same thing.
required to bring the energy most times, most days. It's mandatory for them.
Oh, he struck on the pad going back, and the Sri Lankans are happy about it, and then sad. Let's have a look.
This is something that the umpires will have to contend with as well. That exuberance in the appeal, looking to go back, but
went down the leg.
Probably just missing that leg stump.
Yep.
Got to be careful though. Alan Bowen Tuckett, he likes using the depth of the crease, but these Sri Lankans are quite skillful. Vary their pace, that trajectory as well. They're always looking to give the ball an almighty spin. So it'll be a real test for this West Indies Academy batters.
Yep, I want to thank Mali for the last hour also. And as Mali runs away, we'll be joined by Terry.
Yes, interesting times here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. 124 for 4. West Indies Academy in reply to 292 that Sri Lanka scored in their first innings. The off spin of Daniel to continue. Is the outer portion of Rivaldo Clark's bat. Takes a single, so he moves on to 18, 125 for 4. Little counter-attacking partnership between Rivaldo Clark and Bowen Tuckett. Short leg slip for Daniel as this one's turned backward of square by Bowen Tuckett for another easy single. Moves on to 25, 126 for 4.
Terry. Fight back here, 46-run partnership.
Yes, and in good time, as you and Marley were saying. Yeah, nicely again, it's wide of the mid-off fielder by Clark. He picks up another one. 19 off 20 deliveries for Clark, 25 off 22 for Bowen Tuckett. Short forward.
Straight onto short leg. Felt that. Ooh, struck him on the ankle.
It's over.
And the over comes to an end by Sean Daniel. 127 for 4, West Indies Academy. But they are playing the spin well to Vinod.
Yeah, they've been positive against this.
Proactive, yeah.
Yeah. Sean Daniel, he threw was 2 for 41. He continues.
Kimo Gus top score so far 41. He'd be disappointed that he again got a start and go on with it, but as Marley Richards was saying, was a good piece of bowling by Daniel to dismiss him.
Sudhira.
Ayyo, nice ball, Dilu. Bowling Macan, ni mai Dilu mo.
So the Sri Lankans blowing spin here. Both ends.
Ball Macan. Lazy lah lamai orang tangin dah.
Don't know if they have a leg spinner in their ranks. So he's struck on the
Appeal
pad.
again.
Probably sliding down the leg side. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, definitely going down the leg side.
Ball Macan. Ball Dilu.
This has been a good spell here from the spinners. Sudhira coming in, what, about half an hour now. He has been off top to an extent, but has been fighting back. 2 slips now. Sweeping well, that's 4.
Shot. He just moved the short leg to the second slip. Played it beautifully, did clunk through the mid-wicket region for 4.
It was a bad delivery. It was right there in the zone. 50 partnership is on. 45 deliveries. Valdo Clark has come in and has brought some energy with him.
Dilu. Kata.
Yes, which is good to see, and just what the doctor ordered for West Indies Academy. 131 for 4 now.
Ball Macan.
Not a bad over though by Sudhira, just the one loose delivery that got dispatched to the boundary. So 131 for 4 at the end of the over. They've now added for the 5th wicket. West Indies got up to 196 for 6 in the second T20 against England with big
Excellent.
Jason Holder. 29 not out of just 9 deliveries.
Wow.
They went from 147 last 2 overs, producing some 39 runs.
Yeah, Austin Cheese. One
Yes.
delivery and he struck a 6.
Yes. And in reply, England at 27 for 1 in the 4th over.
Holder striking.
Could be his day.
Coming over.
Daniel will continue here at Coolidge. He'll be bowling to Bowen Tuckett. He's coming over the wicket now. Slip and a short leg in place. Played nicely by Bowen Tuckett to the offside for an easy single. But Marley Richards saying before the note that he uses the depth of the crease while does Bowen Tuckett. I think the secret with that, though, even though he moves back and plays a lot off the back foot to the spinners, he still stays over the top of the ball. You see a lot of batsmen fall away, and therefore they try and cut the ball and it goes in the air.
bring this one down. Played away nicely. Just a single. These two will want to stay there until at least lunch. But the way they are playing, once the ball is there to play a shot, they're doing it.
Yes. Bowen tuck it on strike to Daniel. Play back to the bowler. So interesting first session so far. We've got about 20 minutes to go before lunch. West Indies Academy have added 99 for the loss of 3. So the tempo, as in the scoring rate, is quite quick, as it was in the Sri Lankan innings once De La Vera got going.
That's over.
Another tidy over completed by Daniel. He's bowled 9 overs now, 2 for 43. West Indies Academy, 133 for 4. Bowen Tucker on 26 and Rivaldo Clark on 24.
These two batted well in tandem. Played similar type cricket. Taking the fight back to the Sri Lankans here. One stage they were 80 for 4. I think we're going to go and get some of the faster stuff back in now.
Yes, I was about to say, I think it's time for one of the seamers to come back in the attack. Pretty even session though. 3 wickets for West Indies, for Sri Lanka emerging players. But with this partnership, West Indies Academy will add over 100 in the session. West Indies A playing the second 4-day first-class match against South Africa A in St. Lucia.
Look at yeah. Well, yeah.
Batting first, 61 for 3. West Indies A, Brathwaite 35, Johnny Campbell 18, Kibble and Anderson 2.
I'm looking at the cricket here from this vantage point, and it seems as if there are 2 wicket keepers. Because First Slip came out of short leg and has his pads on.
Right, yes.
Next up, please.
It's Samadita, left-handed seamer, bowling from the northern end. He picked up the first wicket of the innings, which was Justin Jagasar last evening. Bowen Tucker strokes that firmly, but straight to mid-off. They've added exactly 100 today for the loss of 3 in this first session.
Driving off the back foot, punching.
He's a busy little player though, Bowen Tuckett. Likes to feel bat on ball. Again, beats the extra cover this time. Beautiful shot once again into the boundary, 4 runs.
Not overhitting that, just getting into position and playing it away all timing. Look at this. allowing the ball to come on to him, playing right under his nose.
Yes, excellent shot. The previous delivery tried to more or less overhit it that time. It was all about placement and timing. Moves on to 30, 138 for 4. Good partnership continues. Important partnership for West Indies Academy. Samadita just bowling with the one slip and a gully. It was very fine, more or less in a third slip position. That beats him, and it's taken the edge. He's gone just when he was looking good. Got one to move away from him.
Just about 14 minutes to launch.
Yes.
Grouped at it really. Look at this.
He was in two minds, I think, whether to play or leave in the end. He tried to drive it. Wasn't there for the drive. Took the edge through to the keeper. Bowen Tuckett has to go for a well-played 30, but West Indies Academy lose their fifth. They're 138 for 5.
Samudita was bringing the ball back into the right-hander. So he played, look at this, he was looking, and he brought this one back, he would have driven it.
He would, yeah.
But it's held its line, and that is what got him.
Good piece of bowling.
Joshua Bishop didn't really do much with the ball yesterday. Let's see what he will do with the bat.
Yes, this should be interesting. We know Joshua Bishop loves to play his strokes, and he can turn a game if he gets in.
Well, you'll have to temper it a bit with just a few minutes to lunch.
Yes.
Whether he does that or not, we'll wait to see.
Time will tell. Highest score of 102 not out is Joshua Bishop in his first-class career. Sri Lanka will be buoyed by the fact that they've broken that partnership with 50-odd. And pick up the 4th wicket for the session. As Vinod said, just about 12 minutes before the luncheon interval. Staying with a relatively similar field. Samadita into Bishop, and Bishop is driving. Well, there's your answer. Don't worry about lunch. It was a no ball though.
Well, our producer said I heard an edge from the stump mic. So let's have a look. Let's see if there's a deviation.
He threw everything at it, that's for sure.
Seems as if he got an inside edge, if it's anything. No ball.
Would have been interesting if it wasn't a no ball, because nobody appealed. So I wonder if they heard the call. That's driven firmly, but straight to a mid-off to complete a successful over by Samadita, picking up the wicket of Bowen Tuckett. West Indies Academy 139 for 5.
And this is the problem that the Academy has faced on a number of occasions, even in the regional 4-day tournament. Guys not carrying on.
Yes, absolutely.
Guys not carrying on at all.
Yet they get in. Even get good partnerships going, like the last one between Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. Being able to press on. It looks like Daniel will continue from this, the commentary box end. Over the wicket to the right-handed Rivaldo Clark. There's a slip and a short leg. Posted on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Pitch. Easy single there to mid-on. In fact, it's the left arm Sudhira who swapped ends.
That's a touch to you. That's off.
He's replaced Daniel at least the commentary box end.
Well, one wonders if Samaditha was brought in to just allow the spinners to change ends. But
Well, he picked up the wicket anyway.
Yeah.
So the new man, Joshua Bishop, facing the left arm spin. Forward in defence, back to the bowler. .40 for 5, still trailing by 152. It's played nicely by Bishop up to long off to get himself underway.
Sudhira. Clark will want to see West Indies to launch here.
It's very important that they don't lose any more wickets, or we're already lost 4 in the session. This is about the last recognised partnership as that bounced,
Well,
took
edged.
the top edge between the keeper and first slip.
That one took off.
Certainly did. That's the first one we've seen that really read. And he gets away with it. 2 more to Clark. He's on to 28, 143 for 5.
That's over.
That is how it will stay at the end of the over. So Clark on 28, Joshua Bishop on 1, 143 for 5. West Indies Academy.
So Sri Lanka has taken 4 wickets this morning for 109 runs. Getting starts, of course, Akeem Mogis, 41. Colin Tockett. He had 30. Clark is still on 28. Clark will want to carry on if he could here.
Yes, it's important for West Indies Academy that he does carry on. Left arm seamer Samadita will continue. Picked up the wicket of Bowen Tuckett in the last over. He's bowling to Joshua Bishop. Wide outside the off stump. Left alone by Bishop. Somebody will need to stand up here for West Indies Academy. They're still a long way behind Sri Lanka first innings, and they'd want to get as close to, if not past, Sri Lanka's first innings, having to bat last in this match. Samaditu in again, and that's clobbered high, just avoids the mid-off fielder, and they didn't run.
Reckless there by Joshua Bishop.
Very reckless. He's trying to pump that back over the bowler's head. It got the inside portion of the bat and just evaded the mid-on fielder there. In fact, I think he's calling for a new bat. But both him and Rivaldo Clark were ball watching, so they never took the single there. But that is Joshua Bishop, regardless of the state of the game. regardless that there's about 4 minutes to lunch. You continue to play shots. As he grabs a new bat. He's got an array of bats though, Bernard. One of the young Sri Lankans, he had trouble with his bat yesterday and nobody bought him a new one.
Wow.
He just taped it back and kept going.
Yeah. Bishop had actually 3 to choose from.
Yeah.
So that's 4 that he has, we know of.
So he's ready again to face Samadita. And that one is pulled and pulled with authority over fine leg 4-6.
Yeah. He hooked it into the clubhouse. Authoritative.
Good bet, that one.
Yep.
149 for 5. Bishop moves on to 7. Needs to be full Samadita. That's where he's got his success so far in this innings. It's better as that's played into the offside, or they'll take an easy single with backward point on the boundary. The 150 comes up for the West Indies Academy, 150 for 5. Still trail by some 142 runs. So it's been a very interesting session. 116 runs scored for the loss of 4 wickets. Rivaldo Clark waits for Samadita.
Right behind it nicely.
Nice defensive shot to extra cover. In he comes again to Clark. Tucks him up. Push to mid-wicket. Can't beat the field to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 150 for 5. Clark is on 28. Joshua Bishop is on 8.
So I think we're going to have the last over coming up before the break. West Indies so far 116 runs. Losing 4 wickets, 150 for 5, and these two will need to fight back. They'll need to forge a bit of a partnership here just to push the agenda along.
Yes, it's a very important partnership, this. Just Nathan Edward, Calvin Pittman, McKenny Clark, and debutant Renico Smith to come for West Indies Academy. Sudhira, left arm spinner, into Bishop, and Bishop is stroking that firmly. Rebounds off the short extra cover, and they'll get a single.
I think the best thing that Clark could do is to probably see out the over.
Yes. The more hope of that happening with Clark on strike than with Bishop on strike.
Yeah.
Tossed up, inviting, but well played by Clark. Short leg and slip weight. Sadira into Clark. Takes the inner portion of the bat. past the short leg. He gets a single. 52 for 5. Sedira into Joshua Bishop, who's forward in defense. 2 balls remaining in the over before the luncheon break. Adjusting the field, bringing the deep mid wicket up inside the circle. And long on, also bringing him up. Sedira into Bishop. Oh, he beats him. I don't know what they're appealing for.
Even from here, you could have seen daylight between the bat and the ball.
Exactly. Well, excellent delivery, though. Bishop survives. 1 ball to go. Sedira. He's gone for a big slash, falls safely in front of long off, and they trot through for a single to complete the over and complete the morning session here at Coolidge on day 2 of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy will take lunch on 153 for 5. Rivaldo Clark on 29 and Joshua Bishop on 10, and that's in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings total of 292. So pretty even session once again, but Sri Lanka just with their noses in front, the last recognised pair at the crease now for West Indies Academy, and they are 5 wickets down and still trailing by 139. So we'll be back on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel after the luncheon break. Please do join us again for live coverage in about 35 minutes time.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honour to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating, because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick, see what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah. Oh, it's high in the air again. Can you feel the love on a stranger's face? Look at the West Indies. West Indies. Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up as Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up as Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we hear up the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause it's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. Whoa, no boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going high up, full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is red in dough. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamela. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, we full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coach Mansabe, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. Is our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Tell the bad vibes not today. The West Indies full of energy. You know where my heart is. I'm a proud West Indian. When we reign in the sixes, we rock the stadium. Win, lose or draw, we celebrating. Cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, it's all away. Jumping up past Pamalaya. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, it's all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy when we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down there. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. We might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, six is ready though. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, ignite the whole stadium. Look around, is all away. Jumping up past Pamalia. Tell the bad vibes not today. West Indies full of energy. Look around, is all away. Every hand up in the air. Cricket is the game we play. The West Indies full of energy. West Indies full of energy. Whoa, they full of energy. Whoa, look at energy in the place. Energy where we play. Energy all around. Yeah.
I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy men's home series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Whoa, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Where we come from, 6 is ready, no. Whoa, whoa, yeah.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. No boundary could stop, we might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy, energy. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause there's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa, West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. We might. When the West Indies unite, everybody charge up. West Indies going high.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Whoa. Yeah. Where we come from, 6 is ready though.
Oh, it's high in the air again.
Can you feel the love on a stranger's face?
Look at the West Indies.
West Indies cricket is all our legacy. It's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the only. Celebrating, cricket is the game we love. A smile on every face, representing where we from. Cause it's our energy when we come down here. Time to rally around the West Indies. It's in every creed and race. West Indies are the holy grail. Whoa. West Indies is where we from. Sunshine and sweet steel drums. We might when the West Indies unite. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher. Full of energy. Everybody charge up. West Indies going higher.
Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the resumption of play after lunch on day 2 of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. An interesting first session of play we had with West Indies Academy resuming on 34 for 1. They took lunch on 153 for 5, losing 4 wickets in that session. Kimo Gust was bowled by the off-spinner Daniel for 41. He's top scorer so far for West Indies Academy. Captain Teddy Bishop made 15. Becky Joseph 17. Colombo and Tuckett 30. Justin Jagasar was out last night for naught. So the not out batsmen are Revaldo Clark 29 not out and Joshua Bishop 10 not out. 153 for 5. And that's in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players' first innings of 292. So they still trailed by some 139 runs with 5 wickets remaining. As I say, very good afternoon to Marley Richards. This partnership between Rivaldo Clark and Joshua Bishop vital for West Indies Academy chances, Marley.
Yeah, good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon, everyone. Vital partnership. Just following this game, both teams have actually lost wickets in clusters. If you think back to that first inning, 70 without loss, the Sri Lanka emerging team, 89 for 5.
Right.
Here again, the West Indies Academy started quite well, but here on the second morning, just lost those 4 wickets for 116 runs. Oh, and just actually
take that.
Carrying on from where he left off just before lunch. Joshua Bishop shot a ball.
He's the type of batsman, as we know, Marley, he'll never die wondering, no?
No, but you want to see him at least give himself a chance.
Chance, exactly.
Just doesn't seem up for it so much in this match so far.
No.
From the mental aspect of the game.
And just a game awareness too. He came in 12, 14 minutes or so before lunch.
And the way
Still trying to play shots.
Playing the shot, a ball as well, looking to find the boundaries, almost as if it's a limited overs format.
He cuts that one away to a backward point for a single.
He does have that counter-attacking ability, doesn't he?
Most definitely, he can turn a game on its head.
But when he's, for me, maybe he's just saying to himself, he's going to look to have to be aggressive against the fast bowlers in particular. The Sri Lanka attack. We saw how well the spinners would have bowled prior to lunch.
Yes.
And as conditions, just as this pitch continues to wear, expect them to come into the game a bit more.
It's the left arm seamer. Samadita into Revaldo Clark, and that's wide, but he had a go at it. Aerial through the point region, falls safely though.
And even Rivaldo Clark as well. For me, he's got up to 30 or 38, but for me in this innings, just a few too many loose strokes. You're trying to minimize the amount of mistakes, especially when you're looking to spend long periods at the crease.
Exactly.
When you're presenting chances, one of them are going to, stick. Or saw him, he was the one that was misstumped.
Yes.
Delavera prior to lunch as well. So he's lived a somewhat charmed life, mixed in with some good strokes as well.
Samadita into Bishop. Beats him again. Taking the ball across the right-hander, the left arm seamer.
This is a step up for the West Indies Academy for me in terms of quality.
Yeah, for sure.
With these bowlers having the ability to consistently move the ball, fast bowlers to the air or off the pitch, the spinners getting whatever is available to them in terms of turn and bounce.
And understanding the 4-day game a bit more, I think.
A bit more consistent in their lines and lengths, their areas.
Which comes with experience.
Exactly.
That they've got a lot more experience than the West Indies Academy boys. And that's pulled away in the air over mid-wicket, falls safely, and they'll trot through for 2. Bishop goes to 13. Clark is on 30. It's 157 for 5. It's got an interesting run-up, this Samadutu.
Shuffling type run.
Yeah. It's almost as like he's going faster than he, or appears to be going faster than he's actually going.
Arms and legs just pumping away.
He comes again to Bishop. Bishop leaves this one alone, wide outside the off stump to complete the first over after lunch here at Coolidge. West Indies Academy, 157 for 5. So as Ali and I were saying, very important partnership this one, last of the recognised batsmen. It's still...
Also, just to follow on, just to highlight the importance of this partnership. I saw that partnership yesterday between De La Vera
and
for the
Pereira.
For the 5th wicket?
Yeah.
Pereira putting on 100.
100, yeah.
Academy will be hoping for something similar in this situation, but they've had their struggles with the bat this year, that's for sure. Only passing 300 on 2 occasions in the West Indies 4-day regional championship.
So spin will continue from this, the commentary box end. The left arm of Sadira, bowling to Clark. Tosses that one up, stroke nicely through the cover region for a single. Moves on to 31, 158 for 5, still trailing by some 134. It's vitally important that they get as close to, if not past, the 292. He's got a slip, short leg, a short extra cover for Joshua Bishop. Right on target, back in defence is Bishop. On the sweep is Bishop and swept it well. Backward of square into the boundary, 4 runs, nobody out there.
That's almost a free hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Vast open spaces on the onside, just the one man at deep mid wicket. So Bishop is going to take that on based on the field set. It was a poorly lined delivery.
Yeah, just went with the angle of the ball coming into him. They've made an adjustment now and put deep backward square. Bishop moves on to 17, 162 for 5. Plays that nicely out to sweeper on the cover.
Let's have a look at that shot again, Jason. Staying leg side of these deliveries. Presented what looked like all 3 stumps.
All 3
on that
stumps,
occasion.
yeah.
Once again, got to be careful here. Let's have a look at this. It was slightly short, but staying a bit leg side of that one. Have a look at where that front foot went.
Exactly.
Down the line of the leg stump as opposed to going across. It's just something for the young Bishop to be mindful of, especially here in these conditions. We've seen a few seen a little bit of inconsistent bounce, variable bounce.
True. Some detail will continue. Haven't seen the captain since his opening spell this morning. I thought he bowled very well. But I think he's rotated his bowlers pretty well though, Mali, in this innings.
He has that luxury of rotating the bowlers, especially with how well the spinners have performed. Oh, that's massive. That's what we're talking about.
Big
massive
appeal.
Movement once again. Was it pad first, though, Terry?
He was convinced it was. He's down on his knees.
It looked dead from here.
Yeah, but look at it cut back in.
That's what we're talking about. Having that a bit, probably just outside the line and a bit of bat first. Came back a long way.
A long way. Top delivery.
Good decision, that.
Yes.
From umpire Bryant. This is what we were just speaking about, having that ability to consistently move the ball will pose a multitude of problems for West Indian batters. Even at the highest level. As soon as that ball starts swinging,
trouble.
Seeming a little bit. We just don't seem to combat it as well as other teams do.
No. And it doesn't have to move that much.
No,
you know,
it's just
and
enough.
They're in trouble.
I think a lot of that comes from the foundations.
Yes. True.
It's one thing to face a swinging ball, but to face a swinging ball consistently throughout an innings, that's a step up. That's what made Jimmy Anderson and the like so good. The ability to move the ball at all times, regardless of overhead conditions. Maybe struggled a little bit down in Australia. But even here, in coming to the West Indies, they look to exploit that new ball with that orthodox swing, and later on in the innings, they utilize the reverse.
The reverse, yeah. Pulled by Bishop in a lazy run.
Very lazy indeed. It was a lot closer than it needed to be.
Yes.
Maybe just got the bat down in time, but have a look at this. Jogging through once again, the Sri Lankans. Energy from Joshua Bishop, not quite there. The Sri Lankans up for it. Oh, he's out!
Oh, he was out. He was out.
He survived. But this is what we're talking about. At the highest level,
you can't be doing things like that.
You can't be doing things.
Just ambling
that's
through
amateur,
like that.
Really. Let's have a
that
look.
Is that, look how
very good
close the
well.
umpire is. Yes.
It's a long way out.
Well.
Fantastic work done here by Jason and the 360 team.
Excellent work. Excellent work done by the fieldsman.
Yeah, he always thought he had a chance.
Yeah.
Once again, Vinod harped on about it yesterday, but the energy just not there from Joshua Bishop. It should be two as well. This gets him going a little bit. He's had his injury issues. He's been struggling with hamstrings and quads and the like. It's been a very long season for him. Did have a bit of a break after the regional 40. He's also a member of that Barbados team in the breakout league.
In the breakout, yeah. But just the way he played the shot, he wasn't happy the fact that he didn't middle it.
Exactly.
So he's looking at the toe end of his bat as he's ambling through. Clark rides the bounce, gets that past Gully, and that is a lot better running. Good running by Clark for 2 there.
Another one of these busy players is Rivaldo Clark.
Yes.
Partnership 31 of 37. Can they match that partnership between De La Vera, or even better it, De La Vera and Pereira? Yesterday, 89 for 5. Tails up. Maybe not the bowlers on or employed in the way you'd expect if a team was really looking to drive home the advantage. The way Kelvin Pittman bowled yesterday. Prior to lunch, I mean, it took him far too long to be reintroduced into the attack.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just about to say, I don't think Sri Lanka will be doing anything of the same. And that's why I was talking about the rotation of the bowlers so far. I think has been very good by Sri Lanka.
You could tell he just had everything going, didn't he?
Exactly, and to make him
wait.
wait.
Ride the hot train.
Yeah, to make him wait an hour and a half after lunch.
It's a bit too long. Nonetheless, finished with his career best figures so far, 7 for 28. And as I was saying, it's going to take some bowling to better that.
Over completed, 170 for 5. West Indies Academy. Clark has moved on to 36, and Joshua Bishop is on 19. Yes, it will take some bowling to better those figures, but as we were saying yesterday, if anybody, any West Indian, would pass Courtney Walsh's 519 test wickets. And I had an interesting chat to Alzari a couple of months ago. He's saying...
He's got his eye on that?
Well, I was saying, to me, you be the next 300 wicket taker for West Indies. And he said, Terry, we would love to, but we just don't get to play enough test cricket. And you bring that into the equation, 519 is miles away. You know?
And I think what's different, especially in that time, Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, maybe just a bit before that, the amount of 5-match series that were played.
Yeah.
And even before that, 6 matches.
Yep.
6 test matches in a series. It'd be gone for almost half the year,
Yeah.
especially if it was a tour to an overseas tour. Moving a little bit dangerously again. Whereas Bishop just plays in a different style. And squirts away to the onside. Doesn't play with as straight a batters. Maybe a few others in this West Indies Academy lineup. You think of Ogis, Bowen Tuckett.
He's maintained good accuracy, though, this Sidira.
He has. He's gone wicketless, but as we were saying earlier, Terry, it allows the captain that luxury to rotate bowlers. When you've got at least bowlers bowling in partnerships, you've got one end pretty quiet. He's into his 9th. These conditions not too bad. It's good batting again. Worked away. Had that standout innings for him, Rivaldo Clark, versus Barbados in that day-night match in the 4-day championship this season. Didn't manage to get to 100, but very well played 76.
76, yeah.
Shots all around the ground. Oh, turn and bounce here again, every now and again.
He just gets that little extra bounce.
He does, because they're giving it every opportunity in which to spin.
Exactly. Good over once again completed. 173 for 5. West Indies Academy.
be good to compare and contrast, especially the left arm orthodox. But not only the left arm orthodox, all the spinners really. Compare them to the spinners we have in our lineup, especially in this match. And you compare the actions. For me, Joshua Bishop bowls with a lot more arm.
Right, yeah.
Than what we've seen from the Sri Lankans. There's a lot more body being incorporated into their bowling action, which means then a lot more energy on the ball.
Yeah, they give themselves every opportunity to
get
the
a
turn.
Spin
Yeah.
bowler, you got to be looking to spin the ball.
Exactly.
Even when conditions aren't most helpful.
Played nicely again by Clark, past Gully, pick up another 2.
If you look back, that's what really separated the good bowlers from the truly great. It didn't matter what kind of pitch
No.
there was when Shane won. It didn't matter.
No.
He had to be picked. It didn't matter whether it was a green top in England or a Bunsen burner in India.
India, yeah. And they had guys like that have the ability to take the pitch out of the equation.
The timer return as well.
Yeah.
I think Graham Swan was a fantastic orthodox off spinner. Had a lot of time for him, especially in a time of where it seemed like the traditional off spinner was going out of style or out of fashion. You had to be able to bowl a deucer. He didn't. Just use the art of guile and flight. Old fashioned. But also looking to give the ball an almighty rip. Big turner of the ball, Graham Swan. Varied his pace as well quite nicely when pitches weren't as helpful. So just different ways in which you go about it. If you think back, look back on his action, try and replicate that in your mind. Think of how he finished his follow through.
True, yeah.
That leg kick and just a lot of using the whole body in that action as opposed to just the shoulder. No ball.
Yeah, he really came over the top, didn't he? Yeah. But as you say, if you call yourself a spin bowler, you've got to try and get as many revs on the ball as possible.
Exactly. We've had a lot of rollers. I think the true standout when you think about it, I think Shane Shillingford, although he had his issues with his action, Shillingford and Narayan.
Right.
2 spinners that really won us matches, and had they played a lot more for the West Indies, they've won a lot more. Sunil Ryan in particular, you think about him in the 4th innings, on wearing pitches.
Most definitely, it'd be deadly.
It was. I mean, it's
just unfortunate.
Unfortunate
yeah,
when you think back.
Yeah.
Fortunes could have really changed behind one man.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's how good he was.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, you're quite correct, Molly, because they could have built the attack around him.
Very much so. 200, chasing 220, 250 on the 5th day. It's a totally different proposition when you know Sunil Narayan's going to have one end locked up.
Right, yeah. Nicely played again by Clark through the cover region.
As you're saying, he's not a fast bowler, so you'd have that ability to bowl for really long periods.
Exactly.
Having played against him on a few occasions, played against other spinners, it's definitely something different and special with him. Just see at the time, we just hadn't seen anything like it, especially in these parts.
Yeah.
He's still going strong today, especially in the T20 game. He's reinvented himself on numerous occasions, adapted to different roles. Still a lot to learn from these guys if you're a young player here in the West Indies.
Yeah.
That's a
Ho, ho, ho. What a ball.
What a
What a ball.
Tough of off, as they say.
Play that and be fair.
I think if he'd have gotten a nick on that one, he would have been quite happy. Let's have a look at this one. From over the wicket, left arm over.
Pitched
on
straight.
middle.
Aye.
Off. Serious delivery.
Excellent delivery.
Two
Well bowled.
very good pieces of bowling we've seen today.
Absolutely. And Clark was looking good.
Aki Mogis, when he was bowled to the game,
Yeah.
there from Rivaldo Clark.
But that was a top delivery.
Samadita picking up his third.
So West Indies Academy lose their sixth, 178 for 6. They're still trailing by some 114 runs. Valdo Clark gone for 42.
That ability to move the ball, Terry.
Yes, left arm also. But this is a peach.
Strong wrist. And that's the thing. This is where the skills come into play. How often do we see that strong wrist replicated over and over and over by a few of these West Indian fast bowlers? It's an area in which they definitely have to improve. That's what gives them the best chance to be successful, the best chance to get whatever movements available to them out there. You don't expect to see too much maybe swing or seam here in these conditions.
But I've always said though, Mali, you know, we talk about the subcontinent players. So Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan. They always talk about how wristy they are with their batting.
Not too much with the bowling. We were
But
speaking about that yesterday.
it comes in with the
does.
bowling, though, doesn't it?
You've got to find ways to, especially on these on the non-responsive
Exactly,
pitches.
yeah.
So they're very good with their cutters.
Mhm.
As you said, that flick of the wrist, trying to get that extra pace. Extract something extra out of the non-responsive pitches.
Excellent delivery. Good over by Samadita. Picks up his third wicket. 3 for 42 now off 7 overs. The left arm seamer. 178 for 6.
Yeah, I think the best way to sum that up would be to say that you've got very good wrist control.
Yes, yeah.
Bat and ball.
What was his name too that used to give Christopher Henry so much trouble that he even dropped himself down the order from Sri Lanka, the opening bowler? He seemed to have his number all the time.
Spin or fast bowler?
Fast bowler.
Left armour?
Yeah, I think he was. Can't remember his name now.
Not Shaminder Vas.
Was it Vas?
Was it? Left
It
arm?
was Vas.
Probably was.
It was Vas.
I remember one person who did
Girl had no trouble. Yeah.
A.B. de Villiers as well when he started his
Right.
career. Oh, Lord, he couldn't see the back of Shaminder Vas quick enough. Especially with the keeper standing up. Very skillful bowler as well. In, out, in, out.
Yeah. Speaking of Christopher Henry, every time I turn the television on, you know those boat races they have? They call it a World Series or something. He's there.
Really?
He was at the Monte Carlo, the Monaco, Grand Prix the other day. Yeah.
Chris has a different agent now. Seems like putting him in different circles. We'll play that from Joshua Bishop going across his stumps to get that fine. 4 more to the total. Almost anticipated by that first slip. Read it, but in the end still couldn't get there. Bishop is going to continue playing his strokes, isn't he, Terry?
He is, and he mows well. As there's not much left, and he's not the type of player, as we know, Mali, that can shepherd the low order.
No, he's not. He's going to play his strokes, isn't he? What channel were you watching? I mean, you're seeing Christopher Henry popping up so often.
But yeah, it was on Flow.
Okay.
But it surprised me in the first instance, because it's about 2 or 3 times now. See, they look like what do you call those boats, like with deadly cats here or
Yeah,
whatever,
like the
catamarans.
Yeah.
But they're smaller, right? And they race each other around certain courses, and they're always in Dubai or somewhere like that. And they're doing the post-race presentations and so.
And he's there.
There's Chris.
Oh wow! And was he on the grid at Monte Carlo?
And the same thing at Monte Carlo, yeah.
Nice.
Hit it straight back, caught and bowled. Bishop's interesting innings comes to an end, and West Indies Academy are falling apart here after lunch on day 2.
Just as you were saying, doesn't quite play with a straighter bat. There's a few others in this batting lineup. Once again, that bottom hand coming in, looking to whip that away, almost taking a bit of a leading edge, going back through to that Dylan Sudera, picking up his first wicket here today. So he will be happy to join the wicket-taking ranks. Good all-round bowling performance this from the Sri Lankans.
Yes, he will be happy with that because he deserves it. He's bowled very well, very tight. So 2 new batsmen at the crease in Nathan Edward and McKinney Clark. 182 for 7. Still some 110 behind West Indies Academy.
Yeah, 110 runs, looking a long way away. Once again, it's a little mini revival by Rivaldo Clark and Joshua Bishop. Truly spectacular piece of bowling there.
Yes.
Remove Rivaldo Clark. It's just opened up this West Indies batting lineup once again.
Ooh, big appeal.
Probably just
shake of the
missing.
head.
Probably just going down. Let's have a look at that again. It's close.
Yeah.
It's gone for the arm ball this time.
Sudira was confident, but
not gonna lie,
Oh,
on seeing that
back
second
leg.
time up, I'd be very, very disappointed. But the umpire, he's got the best vantage point. Probably couldn't have been sure it was hitting leg, but
he's telling them it's going down leg.
that's what I'm telling you. You have to contend with that exuberance with these players from the subcontinent. Especially when they crowd the batter, they have lots of fielders around.
Yeah, they
Gotta
love.
be a strong umpire.
Yeah, most definitely. They love an appeal. So 182 for 7. Both batsmen on naught.
Sometimes it almost seems like a cry for help. The way they harp on the umpires. The umpires just end up breaking.
Nathan Edward on strike now. Rides the bounce, plays it nicely into the onside to get himself going.
Yeah, and it's another part of Nathan Edwards' game in which he would love to exhibit his batting ability. Someone who definitely could bat. But so far in his West Indies Academy career, he comes in every time the team is in trouble. He's
Yeah.
never really gotten that opportunity with a foundation being set. Tends to run out of partners, ends up batting with the tail.
True. Some detail into McKinney Clark. Full pitch delivery. Just kept out.
He actually looked back for a second.
Yeah, he thought he missed it.
Tells you that he didn't even
He
seem
didn't
to
see
know that
it.
he hit that one. Have a look.
He looked straight back and it went straight to the bowler.
It's all happening here. Sri Lankan emerging team. Really showing all their experience, their quality.
Yes.
Oh, beauty.
Oh, yes.
Once again.
Yes, well bowled. Well bowled.
It's that movement.
Can't do much about that.
41 overs old. This ball still swinging and seaming.
If Rivaldo Clark couldn't play it, McKenny Clark's not going to.
He isn't, is he?
Straight through. Big gap. Big gap. So the 8th wicket down. But I think you'd agree, though, Mali, the difference with Sri Lanka seamers and West Indies Academy seamers is that they pitch the ball up a lot more and they've used the shorter ball as a surprise.
Yes, they've used it sparingly.
Yes.
Pretty similar to the way Kelvin Pittman went about
Right.
bowling.
But the rest of the bowling was
Just a
below
little-
average,
just a
really.
little bit too short
Yeah.
at times.
Yeah. So 3 quick wickets after the luncheon break has put Sri Lanka on top in this match. 183 for 8.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to wrap this up as quickly as possible, get out of the
Definitely. Yeah, and they can get a lead of 100 or around 100.
sun. At the end of the day,
Very happy.
It wouldn't be the same as if it was a English emerging team out there. These Sri Lankans are pretty well used to their Sun people.
Right, yeah,
Tropical
true,
people as
true.
well.
No, if it was the English Academy or something, they'd be flailing by now, wouldn't they?
I wouldn't say that, but it'd definitely be more of an issue.
Calvin Pittman, he's going to have a go. Tries to pull that through the mid-wicket region.
This is length on that one. The Samadito look to be going for the big in-swinging Yorker. Based on that first shot from Kelvin Pittman, he's going to look to put bat on ball. In terms of with that aggression, look to find the boundaries, it seems like. Kenny Clark didn't really seem too up for it in terms of that stroke.
Yes, he's going to have a go by the looks of things. But you can't blame him. He probably wants to get the ball back in his hand. It would be very interesting to see in the second innings if he gets that new ball.
Good point, that.
Especially if
that
they're...
performance, he must be chomping at the bit.
Exactly, and especially if you're looking at a 100-run deficit.
You need your talisman with the ball on. To be fair, just me calling him a talisman for his West Indies Academy will tell you just how much he's improved in the last 12 months. or so.
Absolutely.
At one stage,
Another go at that. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 183 for 8.
and I was just saying, at one stage it seemed like young Pittman was being hidden.
Yes,
times
yeah,
in this
true,
West
yeah.
Indies Academy
He
bowling
didn't get
attacks.
many, yeah,
To
he
see
didn't
just
get
how
many
he's
games.
grown is very encouraging indeed.
So 183 for 8. West Indies Academy still trailing by 109. Just the 2 wickets left. Nathan Edward is on 1. Calvin Pittman yet to get off the mark. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vinod.
Thanks a lot, Terry. You've taken a lot of wickets, you and Mali.
We have, yeah, we've done well after lunch. There was something in our lunch that was the difference.
Can't leave you guys at all alone. So 183 for 8, I know I was this.
And we lost another match, by the way. England won by 4 wickets, chased down 197.
Wow.
Disappointing for West Indies. Tour of England continues. Yes, sorry, Bernard, you were saying?
Yeah, the English they continue to dominate us. I think Mali's English, you know. He'll be happy.
Not at all.
worked away and farming the strike, so to speak. Nathan Edwards, is Pittman that bad with the bat?
It's just Nathan thinks he's that good with the bat.
Nathan Edwards from St. Martin.
But I always give credit to Mali because he could have represented England and was picked for the Under-19 World Cup.
For England?
Yes.
And refused?
Yes. Oh, that's come off nothing, I don't think.
I think he refused. Let's wait and see. Leg
He's
buys.
given it leg buys.
West Indies will take it anyhow they get it at this point in time.
Well, they would, but I think Edward. I think he thought he didn't offer a stroke there because he didn't move.
Well, he did push forward a bit. I think Mali refused that offer because one Ivy Richards might not have supported him. So it's 187 for 8 now. Down the track.
Used his feet very nicely.
Yeah. Like a top order batsman
Yeah.
there. So he leaves Pittman to face a solitary delivery.
Yes, could be interesting though.
And on top of that, gives him advice. Pittman has seen off 3 so far.
Push the mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. Bring a short extra cover into a second slip. He's got 2 slips and a short leg for Pittman.
The Sri Lankans have been aggressive with their field placing. I've admired that.
Had no idea about that one, but he survives.
That delivery was bowled at Coolidge, and Pittman was playing down the line in Bermuda. Ooh, could have taken off stump as well.
Yeah.
188 for 8. Akeem August 41. 42 to Clark. 30 to Tuckett. 3 men getting starts, not carrying on.
Yes, unfortunately, that's been the case this season with the young academy boys. At that delivery that removed Clark, though, even the one that removed August, but particularly the one that removed Clark.
That was a beauty, wasn't it?
That was something else. So 2 men out on the hook for Nathan Edward as he faces Sumadita. And he goes for it. And he's cleared it by a mile.
That's a big hit over the pavilion. The Sri Lankan side of the pavilion. Go fetch it.
Exactly.
But if you're farming the strike, that is the way to play. When you get the deliveries, you have to maximize.
So brings the lead under 100 and 98 they trail by now. 194 for 8. Edward moves on to 8.
Let's see the response.
Gone for it again, pulled it over. Mid on, picks up another 2.
Yeah, not really getting hold of that. The But he knew that once he cleared mid-on, he would have been okay. So there's a deep backward square and square leg on the boundary. I think he's going to invite him to hook again in this over.
You know, Ali and I were saying that they've used the short ball sparingly today. It's like a surprise delivery. I would keep going like that, Banud, and try and knock him over. He did try. Big appeal again. He's down on one knee.
Initially,
Not
on the
out.
naked eye, it looked as if it was going down the leg side, but let's have a look here. He's out.
That's three. That's
He's
three
out.
for the day.
Stevie Wonder would have given that. And Ray Charles would have agreed.
Hey, they've been unlucky today.
Oh,
absolutely. But that's top bowling.
Well,
Too short and then one full pitch. And should have had the wicket. And Edward survives, picks up another single.
Pittman has now 2 deliveries now to face.
197 for 8. Edward has moved on to 11.
Really unlucky there.
Extremely unlucky.
Samudita. That would have been 5 for him.
He deserves a 5. He's bowled very well. Now he has Pittman on strike, staying over the wicket.
Is it fair to say the umpires are not having their best day?
Yes, I think you'd have to say that. It'd be interesting to hear their thought process, though. But I mean, you know, it's a difficult job. We all know that, and they're only human, and they get one look at things. But to have 3 that you'd have to say are absolutely plumb.
Absolutely.
You'd wonder what is running through their mind.
Yeah.
When making the decision. Pittman hits that straight down mid-off's throat, and he's gone, and that is Samadita's fifer.
Could have gotten 6. Pittman holds the pose, just can't clear fielder coming in from the long off boundary.
Yes, and he's disappointed with himself, bangs his bat on the ground as he walks off for naught. And it's 197 for 9. But even that catch yesterday, it surprised me that you'd go and ask your colleague who is miles away on the other side of the ground.
You're closer to the action.
You're closer to the action.
Yeah.
If anything, you could have just asked the fielder.
So 9 overs, 5 for 52. Too large. Samadita. Reniko Smith comes in now. And Smith is batting behind Pittman. Doesn't inspire confidence.
He's on debut though. But they've fallen down here after lunch though on day 2 as the West Indies Academy. They've lost 4 for 44 since the luncheon break. That's in 50 minutes of play. And just the one wicket remaining. They're still trailing by some 95 runs. So Sri Lanka certainly taken the initiative in this match. But it'll be Nathan Edward on strike to the left arm. Sadira tosses it up. Edward goes for it, but hits the bottom edge of the bat and rolls harmlessly out into the onside. So no doubt Edward will be looking for as many as he can muster. Sadira's bowled well. He's only picked up the one wicket, but he's bowled very good control. Uses his feet nicely and turned down the single. So that answers your question, Vinod, of what type of batsman Renako Smith is. Plays back to that one. Another easy single turned down. He's got a deep backward square leg, short fine leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off 3/4 of the way to the fence. And again, plays it into the onside, turns down the single. This time they trot through for the single with just one ball remaining in the over. Interesting there though that I was watching Renako Smith and he was quite happy to stand down the non-strikers end. He wasn't backing up or anything, he was just leaning on his bat watching proceeding.
Well, he has one delivery to negotiate.
He does,
here.
so let's hope he's switched on.
Tilam Sudira, 1 for 46.
That's middle. That's come on.
So 2 slips and a short leg for Renako Smith. Plays that beautifully. In defence, out on the offside, completes the over.
Well,
So
he has good reach.
he does.
198 for 9 after 45.
He played that like a batsman, no? Unlike Pittman and company, who were trying to belt every ball. So Edward might think that he's got somebody to support him here. So Madita will continue, 5 for 52 from 9 overs. His figures. He's got fine leg on the boundary, deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket for Nathan Edward. Comes in now to Edward. Edward goes for it, doesn't make contact.
Bat signals one over the shoulder. Let's see. And actually we may well be pitched right up.
Yeah, I would like to see him attack those stumps. That's the best way of getting Edward. Oh, gives himself room and slashes that through point. And he'll pick up 2.
Yeah, it's important that he came back. He keep the strike.
That raises the 200 for West Indies Academy. 200 for 9.
Looks a lot better than 198.
Does. Edward moves on to 14. So trailing by 92. Taking the gully out and put him at third man. And that is played through cover, well fielded on the boundary by the cover point fieldsman. 2 more to Edward. 202 for 9. Like to see him pitch it up a lot more, Vinod. All been short stuff in this over so far. Edward just having a go at everything, as he should, being the last pair at the wicket. Debutant down the other end.
He is looking to wrap it up. Edwards will now leave Smith to face 2 deliveries.
This takes the single through mid-wicket there, so he moves on to 17, 203 for 9. As the field comes in now that Renico Smith is on strike. Extra slip comes in. In fact, he's gone to a gully, so they've got a slip gully. Backward point is going back to the boundary. 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Long off and long on, 3/4 of the way to the boundary. He's into Smith. Smith plays that easily. Edward turns down the run.
Okay, yeah.
So let's see how it goes. 1 delivery to survive.
Yes, he needs this one full and straight. No. Wide outside the off stump. Smith does his best to edge it. Misses. 203 for 9. So Edward will be on strike as spin will continue from this the commentary box end. It's the 1 wicket for Sri Lanka to pick up. Off spinner Ashian Daniel is going to take over at this the commentary box end from the left arm spin of Dillam Sudhir. Bowled 12 overs, no maidens, 1 for 46. Daniel so far has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. Bowling to Nathan Edward, who is on 17. He's got a leg slip and a slip for Edward. around
Good
the
delivery.
wicket.
Well negotiated to do.
Yes, well watched by Edward. Daniel in again to Edward. Oh, beats him. Good delivery. Bit of turn there, coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And again, beaten. Good control this by Daniel. That one went straight on, left by Edward. And he will tell you, well judged. As it fizzes past his off stump. Coming up to the first water break for the afternoon. Tossed up again by Daniel, but too wide. Edward watches it carefully into the gloves of the keeper. Last ball of the over, just bringing the field in. Look to entice Edward to go over the top. But everybody inside the circle now for this final delivery. Daniel round the wicket to the left-handed Edward. Flat, fast, but well negotiated by Edward. So at the end of the over, and it will be drinks with West Indies Academy on 203 for 9, still trailing by some 89 runs, with just the 1 wicket remaining. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back in a couple of minutes' time.
Well, after the drinks break, an hour after lunch now, the academy, they've just gotten past the 200 run mark. Now they're 203 for most of 9, and we welcome Terry back after his cup of coffee. We didn't really get to it.
I haven't had a chance yet. They were too quick for him.
Sudhira. Driving nicely.
Good
Accomplished shot. That's a lovely shot
go
for
to the
4.
boundary.
Smith is applying to take over the job of Pittman for promotion. Look at that. Lovely reach there, Terry.
Absolutely. Very good looking shot by the debutant.
He's off and running now. He has 4 first class runs.
Some good runs.
So the Real want to pull it back a bit. It's a couple inches. And first slip in the business. Dylan Sudhira. That's well played by Smith. Smith is looking good.
Yes. Handling the left arm spin very nicely.
Partnership of 10.
208 for 9. 84 is the deficit. There's a left-hander, Nathan Edward, back on strike. He's on 17.
I think there's value in getting Lakshana back into the attack now. With these tail enders.
True. Be interesting to see what Sudhira does here. Reverse sweep attempted by Nathan Edward. Doesn't make contact.
It would have been better serve looking to drive that through the vacant cover region. There's a huge gap there.
Yeah.
It just threw extra cover.
If he tosses one up though, he knows that Edward's going to come after him.
Flutter.
Forward in defense.
Faster.
Adjusting his offside field. Bringing the deep backward point inside the circle and also the extra cover. 3 men out on the onside. Another reverse sweep attempted.
Premeditated.
Yeah.
Because the ball was not there for the shot. All of a sudden he has forgotten that he's farming the strike. And Smith is asking him, what
are you doing? Yeah. And Sudhira was quick enough. He should have aimed at the stumps.
Pick up the bowlers here. Sumadita, 5 for 57. 2 wickets to Daniel. Sri Lanka will want to wrap this up here in the afternoon. Come out of the sun. Just put their feet up and get the faster bowlers and give them some rest. Sumaditra, he deserves a rest. 5 for 57. He has done his work.
Yes, most definitely bowled very well. So Ashley and Daniel will continue from this, the commentary box end.
2 for 43.
Slip and a short leg and short mid wicket in play for the right-handed Veronico Smith.
So makes some height and he handles it expertly.
least he's trying to protect these wickets, trying to look to score rather than just having a heave. That's played very well. Sweep shot down to deep backward square for a single.
Well, he's showing that he has an array of shots. Partnership of 12 so far for the last wicket. It's frustrating the Sri Lankans here. I think the way Smith has batted, the Sri Lankans may well be thinking the man who they can get out is probably Edwards.
Yeah, and especially if they toss it up to him. He'd have to make clean contact each time. Protection out on the boundary. He's actually missed the last 3 deliveries he's faced.
Yeah. Just needs to regroup a bit. Smith is willing to stay with him. Smith is still asking him what he's doing.
Oh,
it's
yes, yes, yes.
Not
Oh, he
out.
says no again.
Not out, says the umpire.
Oh.
Let's have a look. Probably wrong. Oh my
Whoa.
goodness gracious. He's out.
Back leg and all.
What's going on? Dayton Butler is not having the best of matches, isn't he? Let's see that again.
Big discussion. In fact, what's the keeper asking square leg about?
Well. Unbelievable decisions I'm seeing here. I know it's academy game and it's development. I wonder if they have decided to take rugby out of it. I haven't seen anything.
They're
like this.
asking too. The bails came off, and they're asking square leg, but I don't think square leg
Let's see it again.
had any say in it. It might have been the wind that blew it off. Or what are they asking? Because the bails did come off. Discussion. He flicked off the bails. So the keeper has flicked off the bails.
Yeah, there's the bail.
Right, and he's appealed for the stumping.
But how could he appeal for a stumping without the ball in his hands?
He had the ball.
Well, I'm not seeing it. When the bail was flicked off, I'm not seeing the ball. Right. So now I'm seeing the ball.
But where is Edward when he knocked the bail off? Anyway. Play resumes. In the first instance, it was out LBW.
He was out LBW.
Lakshan came off the boundary, wanted an explanation. De Oliveira knocked the bails off at the batsman's end. He was appealing for a run out. The umpires had a discussion, and at the end, it all came to nothing. So 209 for 9 at the end of a very eventful over. They're still arguing the toss.
Well, I think all we can see here at this point in time is that the umpires are in the best position, not the cameras.
True, but I think it's frustrating the Sri Lankans because they think they've been hard done by on 2 or 3 occasions now in the match. 4 occasions.
Four
yes.
occasions
yeah.
now.
although they did get away with a catch yesterday. But they're still having conversation with the umpire. It's too late now, of course. And it looks like the captain's taking matters into his own hands, as you called, Bernard, and coming back into the attack.
Now the sensible thing to do. If Jason can just give us a replay on that leg before again. That's leg before number 4. Oh my goodness gracious. I have to get Mali to have a look at that. After this delivery, we'll show Mali just like before.
Split him in two.
That Nathan Butler decided not to send him. Let's have a look at it.
Actually, it's Disanyaka back into the attack. He comes in now to Smith. Smith dabs that down to Gully. Can't beat the field, no run.
That's 4. That's 4 leg before decisions that look very good. It's not even iffy.
So 209 for 9. The deficit is 83. Smith is facing. Full pitch, driven nicely. They take 1 to mid-off.
Terry Mali's here, so you can finish making your cup of coffee.
Excellent.
That you have been threatening to make. I think we should make one for the umpire as well.
I think you need something a bit stronger. Maybe a stronger blend. Some blue mountain.
210 for 9. Mali, you saw the replay just on.
Yeah.
It looked pretty adjacent.
It did look pretty dead from our vantage point up here, but we have the benefit of seeing replays over and over and over. It was low. Trapped on the back foot.
So this is Nayaka. Gonna fight fire with fire there. Nathan Edwards.
And it's something that we spoke about when Nathan Edwards came to the crease. Is where he bats and is with his batting ability, especially in this West Indies academy team, he's just tended to run out of partners. Quite often this season, we said the West Indies Academy struggled to post imposing totals. Only got above 300 twice in the 4-day season. So top edge to find. Bit of work for the fielder to do. Does fantastic, Janishka. Sprawling away, diving to his left. Saved a couple runs.
Yeah, good fight. Saved 2. Nice little last wicket partnership building up here, 15. West Indies just looking to narrow the gap.
Yeah, at one point it looked like the West Indies would have been dismissed below 200.
Yeah, in the midst of that brilliant spell by you and Terry. I thought they might have struggled to get to 200.
We were quite prolific, weren't we? It's been such a disciplined and well balanced performance by the Sri Lankans with the ball. Everyone's contributed. So far, this Anayaka hasn't taken a wicket. He played his role with the new ball early as well. Well, what, 50 overs old now, so maybe not quite the same amount of movement, and there's still something out there for the bowlers to exploit. choosing to bring the man in off the mid-wicket boundary. Just the one slip. No ball. Striving for a bit of extra pace there was Dissanayaka. Probably tell there was a little extra on that one, the way that carried through to the wicketkeeper.
I've looked at Renico Smith, and he's putting value on his wicket. It's good to see.
It's what we wanted to see maybe from a McKenny Clark. Just give yourself an opportunity. Try and forge a partnership. Nathan Edward, pretty competent batter at the other end. For me, that Clark dismissal was a little too loose considering where he came in, number 8. You expect maybe a number 8 to have a bit better defense than that.
Well, I thought that he could have at least shown some fight. Edward might probably put his hands up to come ahead of him. 2:13 from now for 9. And Smith, 7 of 10, has looked as if he can handle himself with the bat. He's now, I think, gone are the days when Edward is farming the strike from him.
Yeah, and it's what we saw from the Sri Lankans as well, the way they knitted the partnerships together towards the back end of their innings. Obviously, it was led by De La Vera, but in partnership with others who spent time at the crease. It's well played. Very competent shot, that. Even the top order batter would be happy with that, the way that pinged out the middle of the bat.
See, he's looked good.
Yeah, he does. As we're saying, he's on first class debut, Renico Smith.
Trying to give you an update, Marley, on the Leeward Islands game, the Leeward Islands T20 match. That's a third place playoff that's taking place at this present time out there at the Survey Ground. Combined Islands, they are chasing 145 to win. After 16, they're 102 for 5. So 43 required, and then last
24.
Yep.
Game on.
Zawandi White is on 38 of 33. Colin Archibald has been brilliant, 1 for 7 of his 2 overs.
Colin Archibald, the Leeward Islands Hurricanes left arm seamer.
Yep. Last night I was there to see Antigua play against the Virgin Islands, and he's gone. So that's the end of the innings. Edwards pushing forward, all caught at first slip, and Ashian Daniel ends with 3. Just pushing at it. So the West Indies, they were not embarrassed. 214. But I'm sure that the 4 guys who got starts would have wanted to carry on. More thoughts from Mali before we take a short break.
Yeah, good disciplined performances with the ball in hand by the Sri Lanka emerging team here, fighting back on day 2, picking up wickets at regular intervals. As you said, Vinod, West Indies Academy had a few starts, mainly led by Aki Mogis with his 47. A good disciplined performance from the seamers and the spinners. They'll be happy as they congratulate each other as they go off the field. They've earned that rest. Now they'll go and put their feet up, and hopefully, from the Sri Lankan perspective, the batters can come out and make a pretty positive start, similar to what they did in that first innings. Join us back in a few minutes for the Sri Lankan second innings.
Welcome back to the College Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the resumption of play to the West Indies Academy. Were bowled out in their first innings for 214, giving a lead to Sri Lanka emerging players of 78 runs on first innings. Just about set for Sri Lanka's second innings, as they've taken the initiative in this match. A couple of good spells of bowling, or good all-round performance really in the field by the Sri Lankans. It's going to be Kenny Clark to start proceedings for the West Indies Academy in the second innings.
Yeah, I thought Lakshan showed all his skill, but it was Samudita that led the way in terms of his 5 for 57.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be McKenny Clark from the pavilion end. Bit of shape for him early.
So Rasanta and Siobhan Daniel, opening batsman for Sri Lanka emerging.
This was that partnership that yielded some 70 runs in the first innings. Santa and Daniel. Daniel, though, looked more
Very
assured.
good.
It's actually Kelvin Pittman that started the clatter of wickets yesterday with that wicket of Siobhan Daniel. Top.
Clark into Rasanta. Again, it gets a bit of swing, full pitch delivery. Yes, and it'll be interesting to see, Mali, how they use Pittman in this second innings.
I don't anticipate he'll get the new ball. I think they'll probably go with obviously Clark and Renico Smith.
Yeah, it looks like Renico Smith down there, fine leg, is warming up. Rasanta facing Clark. Full pitch delivery of the inner portion of the bat, rolls up to mid-on, no run.
Though Smith didn't get many in that first innings, we spoke about him being on debut. Played a nice little innings in terms of that partnership with Nathan Edward. Really looked up for the fight and also showed the necessary, the required skill.
Yes.
Really. It's just something he can take into this innings with the ball. It just takes a little bit more confidence from the fact that he's starting to feel a bit more at home at this level.
True.
It's the little things that he can take from that first innings.
Takes the edge, flies between gully and slip. 4 runs.
And that's the thing here, McKenny Clark, just struggling for a bit of consistency. Finally gets one on the right length. But unfortunately for him, going through that slip region, wasn't a chance of a catch, went down instantly as well. Seeing these Sri Lankan players play with soft hands, especially against a new ball. Not looking to push too hard or get too far out in front. They allow the ball to come on. Play it under their eyes.
Rasanta is away with that boundary, 4 without loss.
I was just saying, so far, 1 delivery of 4 has been in the right area.
Yes,
For McKenny Clark.
yes.
Saw that difference with the Sri Lankan seamers. More often than not, it was 4 or 5 deliveries in a good area. Just made the West Indies batters work a bit harder for their runs.
Just adjusting the field now, strengthening the slip cordon. He's got 3 slips in a gully.
Deep point. Goes back.
He actually came in, didn't he? Joshua Bishop there at deep point.
He came in and now goes back.
Yeah.
Sent back.
I'd rather see him up.
For sure.
Especially the state of the game. Require wickets to the West Indies Academy.
And for me, if the ball's going to go down there as square as he's positioned, it has to be a short delivery.
Yes.
Tells me that he's setting the field for bad bowling. It's a better one to finish. But in the end, he ended up just having to play 2 deliveries in that over. 4 without loss in reply to the West Indies 214 all out, a lead of 78 for the Sri Lanka emerging team.
Yes, and you're quite right, Marley. That's what we failed to see in Sri Lanka's first innings. Calvin Pittman aside, the bowlers, especially the new ball bowlers, didn't make the Sri Lankan emerging players play enough early up in their innings.
Well, I think you'd probably expect that, as we've been speaking about at length in terms of the Sri Lankan emerging team and just how experienced they are at this level.
It will be
played 30, 40,
even 50
first-class games. No one in this Sri Lankan team above the age of 25. You'd expect, even if they don't go on to have illustrious international careers, they'll at least be able to have a pretty solid professional career.
Yes.
In the first class game back at home.
But it is surprising because it only feels like a couple of years ago that they were saying that their first-class cricket was struggling, you know, with money and with facilities and everything like that. And then there was a problem with the government trying to take over the cricket board.
I think why it's a lot easier for teams such as Sri Lanka to even go through these periods and recover a bit quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's in the fact that cricket's maybe a bit more in the DNA in the subcontinent. It's a way of life.
Yes, true.
It used to be a way of life
Mm-hmm.
in the West Indies.
Here.
Not so much anymore.
True.
Even though I think from a sporting perspective, cricket still presents the best opportunity for a young Caribbean woman or man to make a very decent and adequate living playing sport.
Yes. But you're right, and I think in this day and age too, I think being geographically so close to India helps. I'm quite sure a lot of these guys would go over to India, even if they're only playing club cricket or second division or something like that.
A lot of Sri Lankans go to Australia as well.
Right, true. Big appeal for LBW by Smith, not out, says the umpire.
A bit of extra pace, maybe a bit of bounce. Height's always going to be an issue for Renita Smith.
Yeah.
Has to bowl the ball really full. Just there, you can see taking the thigh pad. It's on the way up.
But you make a good point there, Mali, about playing in Australia. There's a lot of Sri Lankan run clubs in Australia.
Exactly, right.
And at one point, there was more Sri Lankans living in Melbourne and Sydney than there was in Colombo.
Almost almost like a home away from home.
Exactly.
Bit wayward that from Smith. Just that inconsistency once again. You do expect to see that from these young players, as we said. Smith on debut here, first class debut.
Yes, 4 byes.
I think Atlanta Mendes, the coach here for the Sri Lankan team, would have spent quite a bit of time playing cricket in Australia as well.
True.
Post his international career.
Yeah, yeah.
Club game in Australia of a very high standard, great cricket.
Yes. You yourself played down there?
I did. It was at Eastern Suburbs Cricket Club in Sydney.
Mm-hmm. Avoided the water though?
I didn't, you know. Looking back, I mean, Lord of His mercy, I was a bit naive, wasn't I? You know, swimming in shark-infested waters. In fact, the name of the beach that we would swim at every day, we wake up in the morning, go for a swim, was Shark Bay. And, you know, I was thinking, I always used to think this as well. I would think, like, you know, the sharks, they've eaten people of all races, right? But for me to pop up in an Australian ocean, I look very much like a seal. Yeah? So I used to think about that. But I think it was a bit of peer pressure. The friends I was with and the like, you know, we used to spend a lot of time at the beach. Coogee Beach, the Coogee Palace was a hangout of mine. Bondi as well.
Right, yeah. Famous Bondi Beach.
Actually took a trek down to Byron Bay on my
Right,
own.
okay. Very nice around that area.
Yeah. Ended up in Nimbin, if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Yes. That was a good time. Very good time indeed. But the cricket, tough. Really tough cricket.
Yeah.
Out there. It was played over 2 weekends. It was 3-day cricket at the time. I'm not sure if that's changed. But you'd play on a Saturday, Sunday, and then the next Saturday. Yeah.
Right.
Tried that once here in Antigua.
We did do that
yeah.
here, yeah. I remember down Rising Sun we used to play that. But that's the thing though, you know, copy so many things from other countries. But that is what we let go here, the club cricket. Sharp delivery there by Clark.
Yeah. That's hit him on the helmet. So that's reared up off a length, that one, Terry.
Yeah.
Every now and again, just a bit of extra bounce, especially with this hard new ball. In fact, I think it's just taken the edge and flown up onto the helmet.
Yes, yeah. But the bounce is coming from that northern end, isn't it? Every so often.
Did see a couple really take off, especially from the spinners.
So Daniel will just get some treatment. But yeah, we lost that that club structure.
I think it's Daniel's turn to be in a bit of bother. If you think back to the first innings, it was Rasanta hit with that beamer.
The beamer, yeah.
Really struggled after that for a little while. What you were saying?
Yeah, and during that under-15s championship, I had the opportunity of speaking with Gregory Brathwaite, and you know how we consistently hear in the Caribbean, it's not a West Indian 11, it's a Bajan 11. But he was saying though, and you have to give credit where credit is due, they never lost their club structure. They never took cricket out of the primary schools. And that is why you can see when you go through the youth level that Barbados is a lot more experienced
100%.
Compared to the other islands. And he was saying they basically play 12 months of the year, and if you show promise at 14, 15, 16, you put in the second division of the BCA. You also they swap between Trinidad and Barbados because of the closeness, and go and play, club cricket in Trinidad and vice versa. They come over to Barbados, so all that adds up,
It's a documented pathway.
Right.
Something that you don't see in a lot of other islands in the Caribbean. We almost just wait for someone with a bit of talent to get identified by the West Indies, and it's over to you.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. 4 more to Daniel. He turns that one down to fine leg.
Once again, just McKenny Clark struggling for a bit of consistency. He's got to work out the areas in which he'd want Daniel to score. You've got to try and keep him as quiet as possible. And if you're bowling 2 sides of the wicket...
Yes, that's his biggest problem.
Yeah, it's really difficult to contain a batter. It's difficult for the captain to set fields. Bowling just has a little haphazard nature to it at this stage. Not sure exactly what you're going to get.
Staying around the wicket to the left-hander. He's got a leg slipping now. And that one's played quietly into the onside to end the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka in their second innings are 15 without loss. Daniel is on 6. Rasanta is on 4. And the lead is 93.
I think a lot of the times, especially in terms of this angle to the left-hander from around the wicket, I think you've got to master from over the wicket first.
Before, yes.
And then add that string to your bow.
Right.
You'd think Shevan Daniel, left-hander, right arm over, taking the ball away. How many times we've seen the Sri Lankans do the same, but they do tend to start from over the wicket, give one look, and then have a bit of a change after.
Yeah, good point, Mali, because especially if you straight away see a left-hander and straight away you come round the wicket, you're more or less telegraphing your punches. The batsman knows what he's going to expect.
And this point isn't often spoken about, but when you do change your angle, the trajectory changes, the mechanics change slightly.
Right.
From around the wicket, you're looking to get off that pitch a bit early, that danger area. So then you maybe sometimes abort the action a bit too soon. There's things that pop up that really wouldn't be an issue from over the wicket. More often than not, you tend to not keep the wrist behind the ball as strongly as you would from over. So the mechanics can change. I think that's where the seasoned pros, you think of a Kamar Roach, a Stuart Broad, they would have almost mastered bowling from over the wicket, mastered what they would have wanted to do.
Yeah.
And they've added that string to the bow, especially with the... because back in the day, there weren't as many left-handers as there are now.
No.
You almost had to try and create something different.
Yeah, because if you look at Roach, he brought it in very late in his career. Hit firmly by Santa, but straight to mid-off.
I think in more recent times it was Stuart Broad. It was more a Stuart Broad versus David Warner thing. Where he thought, okay, from around the wicket, I can angle the ball in and take it away. And he was successful doing so. But then it turned into a right arm seam bowler to left-handers sort of thing.
Exactly. Regardless of whether you batted at number 1 or 11.
Exactly. Shows you the copycat nature of this game.
Yes, sir. But I will say, though, what we've seen of Renako Smith so far, he's got all the attributes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm impressed. I like what I see from him.
Yeah.
I'm very much excited to see what will come from this young man in the future. Just considering the physical nature of the young man.
Yes.
It's been a while we've had a big strapping lad such as this.
Right.
As young as he is in this system, only 19. Looks like he's going to get quicker as well. He bowls a heavy ball already. See when he really refines his mechanics the action becomes a lot tighter. Similar to what we were seeing from a Kelvin Pittman.
True.
Can almost fit through the corridor now as a bowler.
Ball again squeezes off the outer portion of the bat as they take a quick single.
It'll be interesting to see what his rhythm's like today. Kelvin Pittman. Similar to a batter. Every day
If
is
you
a
can
new day.
back it up, yeah, true.
You may be feeling in top form yesterday, and today, ball, everything's coming off the edge, feeling quite scratchy at the crease. Your bat almost doesn't feel like your bat in your hand.
Right.
These are things that we don't hear about too often. Happens to the cricketers a lot of the time. Did it carry though? Did it carry? It was on the way down. Hakeem O'Geese at second slip.
By the reaction, it might have just carried. Been a good catch. Was dying on him. There at second slip.
Slight little push there from the batter. Just bounced. Just bounced. Ahead of the young man. Another wide brim player of the past who comes to mind when I see catches such as those. Probably would have taken that one. So Richardson,
yeah.
So good at diving forward.
Love to dive forward.
Yeah, he recognized it was a very difficult skill at slip.
Yeah, for sure.
In which to dive forward. First and foremost, you've got to recognize the pace of the ball coming onto you. Recognize the trajectory. Just shows you the mind of an athlete, how things just fire in the brain before the body actually responds.
Delivery that one by Clark.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of movement though. It's been a bit consistent with this new ball. Just imagine from over the wicket if he can get it right in terms of trying to prey on the left-hander's blind spot from over the wicket. Maybe force him to open up that stance a bit more. Also with the ability to swing the ball in to the left-hander, that natural variation going across becomes even more of a difficult proposition. One for the over. As you're saying, Terry, just a little short though.
Yeah, because he's so much more effective when he pitches the ball up and gets that natural movement. That's flicked. But it was a good attempt, man.
It was. And I think that's something
for
young,
a big man.
Yeah, young Renika Smith will learn as he progresses in his first-class career. Gonna have to start to find more, less, what's it called? It's the word I'm looking for. He's coming from a long way and he's diving down. And there, he probably could have just employed a bit of football, those football skills, just trying to stop that one. Because when he hits the turf, it's definitely an issue in terms of preserving his body, trying to stay injury-free.
True. Clark wider on the crease, but hammered back down the ground. Past mid-on, 4 more.
I think you'll see on this one, upon contact, the back face just closes slightly, just there. But nonetheless, he's looking to hit the ball straight. With the field set the way it is, just needed to make solid enough contact. It's the thing with Daniel, what we've seen. Anything in his area, he commits fully to the stroke. Especially when the ball's over-pitched.
Clark in again to Daniel. Cramps him up, but Plays it nicely to the leg slip, who does well. Take a single, so they're rollicking along here, though. Sri Lanka 26 without loss. The lead is 100.
Yeah,
103
now.
Need wickets, the academy boys. Try and drag themselves back into this match.
And they'll know that on a pitch that's starting to wear a little bit, going into the third day.
Yeah, batting last.
Anything above 250.
Real challenge. Over the wicket now, Clark to the right-hander. Plays comfortably to deep point for another single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Sri Lanka in their second innings, 27 without loss. Vasanta is on 6 and Daniel is on 16. And that is tea.
I guess time flies when you're having fun.
It does, yes. Well, that's a good little session. We put 26 on the board in just 5 overs. Extended that lead to 104. And we'll be back in about 20 minutes on Cricket 360. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground here in Antigua for the final session of day 2 of this 4-day first-class match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka Emerging Players. Sri Lanka Emerging Players about to resume play in their second innings. They're taking a first innings lead of 78 runs. They have now extended that to a lead of 105 runs as they are 27 without loss in their second innings, with Siobhan Daniel on 16 and Rasanta on 6. It's going to be debutante Nako Smith to continue the attack from the northern end, and he's bowling to the right-handed Santa, who's defending that into the offside, and there's no run. So it's been a good day for Sri Lanka Emerging Players. Took the initiative in the match during that middle session. They have a healthy first innings lead that they're extending here in the second innings. Smith in again to Rasanta. Leaves that, as I say, a very good afternoon to Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Terry. Good afternoon, everyone. Don't know what time it is in Sri Lanka. What time is it in Sri Lanka, Terry?
Be about 3 o'clock or so in the morning.
In the morning? I'm sure the majority of the Sri Lankan public will be in bed. But we know they're cricket mad public as well. So
you never know.
Quite a few up, tuned into the action here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. They'll be happy with what they've seen from their team so far. Coming up in the end of second day into the final session here on day 2. Sri Lanka posts the lead of 105.
Yes, wickets is the key for West Indies Academy. Try and drag themselves back into this match. Of course, they started the day on 34 for 1 in their first innings. Smith in again. Santa thought about playing that, but in the end left it alone. Started the day on 34 for 1. Chasing 292 that Sri Lanka made in their first innings. Excellent all-round bowling effort, led by Dulaj Samadita. 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 57. Ashian Daniel, the off-break bowler, 11.4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 45. Smith again, he definitely had to go at that one, Rasanta. No edge found, through to the keeper.
Really poor cricket shot that from Rasanta.
Yes.
Was nowhere near to be driven. In fact, in the end, looked to play that on the up. Just had a pretty disappointing waft from a Sri Lankan perspective outside the off stump. And on the highway to nowhere with that cricket stroke.
Smith in again to Rasanta. That's clipped beautifully through the mid-wicket area. 4 runs.
Once again, both sides,
Yes.
struggling for a bit
Struggling a
of
bit.
consistency. As Vinod was saying yesterday, top of off, fourth stump, especially in these conditions. Something that was employed very well by the Sri Lankan seamers. You think back to that delivery to Rivaldo Clark, hitting the top of off, landing on middle.
Yeah, excellent delivery. So 31 without loss. Rasanta moves on to 10. Siobhan Daniel is on 16. The lead is 109. Yes, so West Indies Academy losing their last 5 wickets for just 36 runs to be bundled out for 214. That gave Sri Lanka emerging players a first innings lead of 78. As we say, they are 31 without loss in the second innings as Kenny Clark will continue the attack from the commentary box end. Left-handed Daniel plays it soft hands down into the offside and takes a quick single.
It's been a rough couple of weeks for West Indies cricket.
Absolutely.
All around, hasn't it? It's really struggling to get a win.
Anyway.
Yeah, we've got the men in the UK, you've got the women as well in the UK. You've got the young pretenders here in the West Indies Academy.
Just to bring you up to date, 6-0, the women lost, 3-0 in the T20 series, and then 3-0 in the one-day series. That finished yesterday.
We also have the A team down in St. Lucia.
Yes.
Hammered in
the first innings.
In that first test.
Yeah, first test, sorry. 2-1. Wild delivery there.
And here are the West Indies Academy.
And the West Indies men
behind, in this match.
Posted 196, above par total. Couldn't defend it against England. They won with 9 balls to spare by 4 wickets in that match. So they take a 2-0 series lead with 1 match to play.
Luke Wood, man of the match there. 2 for 25. I wonder if that's on debut. Was that T20
in
debut?
T20s? It could have been,
Could have been, you know.
Yeah. So the last match will be on Tuesday. And that's after losing the one-day series 3-0. And then, as Marley was saying, the West Indies A team struggling again, 183 for 8, batting first in the second unofficial test down in St. Lucia. Craig Brathwaite only managing 35, Johnny Campbell 18, Alec Artanes though 65, Kevlin Anderson just 2, Jewel Andrews 17, Justin Graves is 32 not out, Tevin Imlak made naught, Jamal Warrican, who's leading the team in this 4-day match, made 10.
Good delivery that from McKenny Clark. Just haven't seen too many those replicated so far in this match from the young Windward Island seamer. Good shape, bit of bounce, taking the upper half of the bat up near the splice. Can he back it up with a good delivery here? With another one. A bit full.
So you're all up to date on Cricket 360 with all the crickets, and if you're into your tennis, Carlos Alcaraz wins epic French Open final against Yannick Sinner in 5-set thriller. 4-6, 6-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6. Yes.
That must have been. That's definitely one I'm going to have to tune into when I get back home this evening. It looked like an epic.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolute epic final.
Coco Gauff yesterday knocking off the #1 in the world, Arena Sabalenka.
Yeah, they were dubbing that final between Alcaraz and Sinner the Gen Z final.
Right, okay.
It's a new generation now, you know, Djokovic losing in that semi-final. I think these players would have been born in the 2000s. These young guys, Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner.
Yeah, because they're only about
Young
22,
20s,
23 or
21,
something. Yeah.
age around there. Interesting what would have transpired with Yannick Sinner over the past year or so. Having doping suspension.
Yes.
And the way that all transpired in terms of
And there
having a deal set up for him that he will come back just in time for
yes,
this tournament. So
yeah.
maybe just a bit of karma there coming back for the young man. Because if you heard the excuse that was used as to how that got into his system.
Yes.
Through a massage. A massage? What? Like, get out of here, man. We just know that they couldn't have the world -- at the time admit to a doping charge. If you know anything about Yannick Sinner, you know that with the drug that he was prohibited drug that he tested positive for. And you know anything about him? He's quite skinny, isn't he? And he's like a rake. Struggles to put weight on.
Yes.
And that really affected his strength over the years. And as you've seen him, he's not the biggest guy, but he's put on a bit of muscle. No, and they were saying that maybe that drug helped in that process.
Right. Yes, I know it upset a lot of people, or a lot of his rivals anyway, of the way that that was handled.
Yeah, he definitely got preferential treatment.
Yeah.
Because of the stature of the player. Had players in the past, similar scenarios. The book was thrown at them. The only difference was they weren't the world number one at the time.
You're right.
Love it, boy. Yeah, boy.
Smith bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Driven
nicely.
It's a bit in the air. It's aerial for a bit of time. It will get to the boundary. Yes. Beats that fielder. Into the boundary for 4.
Yes, it was in the air, but well wide of the short extra covers. Teddy Bishop.
Chase there from Kelvin Pittman. Probably just starting to loosen up a little bit. Kelvin Pittman. Boy from Bethesda put in a performance in that first inning. 7 for 28.
Absolutely.
Must be relishing his opportunity to come into the attack. The time being it's going to be Smith to continue. Hasn't been too bad here. Nico Smith. He's going to get fitter. He's going to get even stronger. Anticipate he'll get quicker as well.
I was just looking at that Luke Wood. He's played 6 T20s.
Oh, 6 T20 eyes and 2. That's the thing with this
2
England
ODIs,
squad.
yeah.
At times, had 2 scheduled tours going on at the same time, which has forced them to use different players.
True, yeah.
Aerial again, but in
through.
the gap. This one's slightly better hit than the last one. Just to the left of Skipper Bishop on the last delivery. One before was to the right.
41 without loss. And just looking at their approach, the Sri Lankan boys, Mali, in this second innings, they smell blood. They want to set a target that would be
almost impossible.
Want
to back
quickly
the
as
academy out
possible.
the game,
Yeah. And look to wrap this up tomorrow. As that's top edge flowing down the fine leg, all the way for 6.
That's well bowled there from the young man. A bit unlucky from him. Not in control. Got it high. But once again, similar to what we saw in the first innings from this pair, looking to put bat on ball, putting the bowlers under pressure, and not leaving too many deliveries.
Not at all.
Healthy run rate after 8 overs as well.
Santa's moved on to 24, Daniel 18, 47 without loss. We've just had the 8 overs of this Sri Lanka emerging players' second innings.
Bishop's going to be key in this second innings. Will he be able to contain the Sri Lankan batters?
Boy, almost dragged that on. Looked around very quickly, and he's safe. Yes, they've got to at least try their best to tie up one end.
But they've really got to get wickets, to be fair.
Exactly.
So it's a balance for this West Indies Academy. I think it's a true test of leadership for Teddy Bishop. How he marshals his bowlers. What end fields that he sets. Did hear CWI Director of Cricket Miles Bascom speak about the importance of the data analysis and data-led decision making.
Very interesting point, O'Malley, because if you look at that first innings, and you had them 191 for 7, they had been able to wrap that up. Pittman had to come back into the attack earlier, and say they wrapped it up for about, or anything under 250, 230, say.
Maybe that's what the
it would
data
be
was
game
saying.
on. Yeah.
Data was suggesting something else, possibly. I know we're probably looking at workloads and the like. That one didn't get up as high as Daniel expected. Here we go again, Terry. It's a little bit of inconsistent bounce creeping in as this pitch begins to wear. Definitely won't break up as much as we've seen it in the past, considering the amount of grass that's on it. I expect that grass will just keep that pitch well binded together.
True.
Even though we've had that lack of rain or that lack of moisture. Good irrigation system below this ground as well.
And again,
bit of swing, but a bit too full. And you can see why, even in the T20 game, McKenny Clark was such a sought-after prospect. He possesses a very good Yorker, doesn't he?
Yes.
He tends to actually land the Yorker more consistently than any other deliveries that he bowls. You can tell, okay, he's looking to bowl a Yorker. Either that or he just misses, isn't it?
But you're right, though. He's more consistent than most when trying to bowl the Yorker.
And to be fair, he's been better in this second innings.
Yes,
maybe he hasn't
a lot
reflected
better.
that in this in these figures. It's been a lot better.
But his figures would also reflect the fact that the Sri Lankans are playing with a lot more freedom in this second innings with the healthy lead that they've got.
Looking to post another 50-run partnership here. It'll be back-to-back 50-run partnerships between this pair.
Good conditions out there, though, for both batting and bowling. A nice stiff breeze, keeping the temperature
down a bit.
Down a bit, yes.
Oh, Lord.
He's hit that. Straight over mid-wicket for 6. Short again by McKenny Clark, but he threw everything at that.
Yeah, as Danny Morrison would say, out to the obese part of the bat. Fatted, that is, as he'd say. What a shot that is. And you saw by his from his record, he's got a good T20 record as well, Siobhan Daniel.
And as you say, a bit of international
Yeah,
experience
he's
at the
played the
highest
one
level.
T20 international, one ODI. Just seeing those fast hands, bat speed.
So there's the 50-run partnership, 55 without loss after 9 overs.
Brought up quite emphatically.
Yes, both batsmen on 25.
I think that just may bring about an emphatic end to that McKenny Clark spell.
But you were talking about the pitch though. Kadeem and the boys do a fantastic job here at Coolidge. And he retired just recently.
Who?
Kadeem. From cricket.
I think from 2-day.
2-day. He'll still have a bash.
Yeah. He'll still
Why not?
I think he's still pretty limited over stuff.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken. I don't want to speak for him. But
just getting some treatment to one of the Sri Lankan boys.
Back? Lower back issue?
Well, he pulled it out playing that shot, did he?
Especially in these conditions, you got to think, even with a shot such as that, your muscles in the back would have to tense, have to contract. And with the amount of fluids being lost, maybe just a bit of cramping coming in as well.
And you were talking about James Anderson earlier today. I believe he's playing T20 again.
He is. He's in the blast, isn't he?
Right, yeah.
Evergreen, as they were calling him. I saw that. The Evergreen James Anderson. He's been struggling with injury this year. Hasn't played. I think he just played the one championship match.
Okay.
So far. Had a calf injury, so he's coming back from that. I know he's someone that's honestly still very disappointed not to be playing for England. He thinks he's definitely still one of the top fast bowlers in the country. I heard him say it the other day. So he feels as fit and as strong and as ever. He's been trying to break into that franchise cricket T20 life, but so far there's been no takers per se. He put himself in the IPL draft, wasn't selected.
Mm-hmm. But he's what, 41, 42 or something now?
He is. Yeah. And I don't think it has anything to do with his age. I think it just has to do with the style of bowler that he is and the fact that he's just mainly a bowler. He just doesn't do anything else.
Right, true.
Players that can, contribute in more than one discipline are highly valued in the T20 game.
Exactly.
Well, we're checking. It's ready.
Obviously, you've got someone like a Jasprit Bumrah who mainly just only bowls, but he's so good as a bowler, all formats.
Yes.
I'm checking it out. That's fair.
Doesn't matter, it's just the performances. Just takes them from format to format. The opposition, whatever conditions. A real champion bowler, Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes, I can remember a few years ago now that Mr. Hugo said to me, keep your eye on this boy. He looks hopeless, but he's brilliant.
Perfect description, huh? Especially when you see him waddling up.
Yeah.
You're like, what's going to come
Arms going all over the place. And
it's a fast walk to the crease. At times maybe breaks into a little jog, but
could they have
it's a power walk.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we're back at action, and Smith is being driven through mid-wicket, and Becky Joseph gives up the chase 4 more.
Once again, runs just coming a bit too easy.
Too easy,
From
yeah.
a West Indian perspective. Sri Lanka will be happy with this.
Absolutely.
Both batters off to yet another start.
Could they have beaten Australia the last time they were out there if he didn't break down? He took a ton of wickets, didn't he? He almost got Marshall's record.
He did,
didn't he?
yeah.
A couple off.
Got a series coming up pretty soon as well. New Indian captain, England, India. After the West Indies conclude their limited overs tour, the UK. Back to Test cricket.
Back to the real deal. That's a good short ball. Well evaded by Santa.
5-match Test series, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So, no Kohli, no Rohit Sharma. Indian team in a little bit of transition in terms of that batting lineup.
Yes, I did have to smile to myself though when I heard that Kohli had retired from Test cricket, and take nothing away. I mean, brilliant batsman, we all know that. But he just went through that stage where the world was saying another pretender to the throne, and of course the throne they're talking about.
Sachin.
Well, go even higher than that. I'd say IVA Riches. And, you know, we all know that if Vivian had played for the Records, it would have been different. But he ended up with an average of 46, and I thought that was rather low because,
considering.
You know, yeah.
I've had a look at that too, which tells you is if you... he's put down! Healthy edge!
And normally a safe pair of hands, Rivaldo Clark. He had to go to his left, but he got both hands to it. It's popped out. Full delivery there by Smith on the drive. Was Rasanta. 2 hands to it, popped out.
Yeah, good piece of ball in that from Renico Smith. Finally, good delivery in a good area. Bringing the batsman onto the front foot. One of the only times you've seen him just maybe get ahead of himself. Hands come out in front, lose a bit of control, takes the outside edge. Should have been comfortably taken. Another chance goes a begging.
Round the wicket this time to the left-handed Daniel. Takes a quick single, so 61 for no wicket.
It's really hard to see a catch like that go down in this circumstance, in these conditions. It's a hot day. Fast bowler putting in the hard yards.
Yep. They need the wickets.
Wants to be rewarded for those efforts. Just the one slip. This tells you the defensive nature of the West Indies Academy at this stage. One slip on a gully. Man at deep backward point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Deep backward square. Mid-wicket. And also a fine leg just hiding behind the pole. Nathan Edward.
So a bit of misfortune there for Renako Smith in that over. Comes to an end, 61 without loss. Santa's on 30. And Daniel is on 26. This deep backward point is come into play more and more often.
He has.
4-day or Test match cricket.
He hasn't fielded too many deliveries so far in this innings.
But I don't see the point of it.
This is the thing. It was a tactic employed originally by, well, that I can think of. Obviously, someone would have done it before. But recently, the most recent was when England were playing Australia, Ashes. I think it was 2005, and they're looking to combat the quick starts of a Matty Hayden. You know, someone who looks to really put pressure on. So they would start with a deep backward point, and we spoke about it, the copycat nature of the game.
Yes.
It turned into, this is something we do.
You have to have one.
Yeah, similar to Broad and Warner, which was mainly a Broad and Warner thing. Turned into a right arm fast bowler around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm going round the wicket before he's even left the dressing room.
I mean, he could absolutely hate the angle from over the wicket.
But
who knows? Just go from over the go around right away.
He's left-handed.
Yeah. I am him already. I can angle it in, take it away at will, land it on a sixpence.
Oh,
Beauty.
bit of bounce there from Kenny Clark.
In fact, he's got a stronger wrist in this second innings here. You could tell that ball just shaping in. Maybe using a bit of the breeze as well, but shaped in, upon touching down, a bit of extra bounce as well. Can he back it up with another good delivery? So far, 2 dots. Keep a close eye on the areas. That's better.
Well ball.
Lot
Wrapped
better.
him on the glove that
That's
time.
hurt him.
Yeah.
Up on the splice once again.
That stung.
Have a look at this. He's got his abdominal guard on as well. Ball still hard. Yeah, that's taken off. Hit him on the bottom hand, squeezing that finger onto the handle of the bat. Very, very painful indeed. Is it the index finger on the left hand, possibly? Yeah, the index
like
in the
it.
middle. That's a glove.
Physio
also.
comes out,
It's
gives
also-
it a good pull.
Yeah.
That'll help.
And it's the glove with the least protection.
Yes.
On the left hand. It's the left-handed batter. Reinforced padding on the right hand. Whereas for the bottom hand, just slightly less.
In all fairness, though, McKenny Clark does look to be in better rhythm
A
than
lot
he
better
was.
rhythm, yeah. So he's saying sometimes you can't just look at figures.
Exactly.
You know, a guy may score 120, but if you go back and watch the innings, you see maybe he's been dropped 6 times, or the amount of loose strokes that would have been played in that innings. You say, okay, maybe it's just his day. So you really got to watch the games. Gone are the days of just looking in the scorebook and saying, hey, I'm going to pick that guy. 'cause,
Right.
yeah, he scored.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, he got 5 wickets. But how did he get
How
the
did he
wickets?
get
What
them?
was the stage of the game?
Yeah. Were they top order batsmen?
Batters, were they low order batters? Strokes of the batters looking to play. A wicket is a wicket, but all wickets aren't the same. It's just like runs as well, eh?
Very true. You could make 100 just because the pressure's off the game's gone, heading for
The
a draw.
intensity isn't quite there. And that 100 come with your team 2 or 3 down,
Yep.
30 on the board, you've gone in, had to grit it out to start.
So we're back with live action. That one down the leg side, well taken by Bowen Tuckett. But just maybe, just having a look at Clark, as we say, you know, he looks in better rhythm. Maybe that's what West Indies Academy are looking to get out of this game.
That's exactly what I thought.
Yes,
Based
yeah.
on the way they spread the overs out. We did say they're looking to get Nathan Edward in a bit of red ball bowling form. as
Right.
well, coming out to the T20, McKenny Clark.
Smith in his first match.
In his first match as well. Still got a lot of cricket to be played this summer. Got CPL coming up. Quite a few of these guys will be in emerging squads.
Yes. And the Falcons here were looking at the breakout league too, weren't they? And trying to identify a couple of talents that
Talents
they may
out of
draft
that, yep,
in.
yep.
Yeah.
Anticipate maybe a Kareem Gore
Mm-hmm.
being drafted into the Falcons. Shot.
Hey. Good effort. Got his hands to it. There, short extra cover. I think that's Teddy Bishop. Says, don't blame me. It went like a tracer bullet. It burst through the hands into the boundary. End of the over, 65 without loss. Daniel moves on to 30 and Santa is on 30.
I think if you're a young, precocious player, you're out there competing for your team. Even if the ball's hit hard, I think you got to make a better effort. For me, I just missed it behind the pole. I'm not sure whether it went.
It went away
direct
from
to hand.
he had to dive.
He had to dive,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
he had to dive. That would have been a very, very difficult catch to do. Vantage point here at the pavilion, just behind a couple
of
posts.
The renovations are soon to take place here. Turn it into a multi-sporting facility and a hotel and big plans, Marty.
What do you think the key word I took from that statement? Soon. No set date. Soon.
Smith's dancing you over. And they take a cheeky single.
Insult to injury. Chance gone down. Previous over. Here he is. Bowls another good delivery. Bit of extra bounce.
Beat the batsman,
Beat
really.
The bat. Taking the inner leg. Inner thigh pad area. They scrambled through for one. 66 without loss.
Yeah, they're going at sixes. Danger signs this for West Indies Academy. Smith now around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. Ramps him up, plays it to mid-wicket, no run. They seem to be doing a bit of work across the road too.
Yeah,
excavators and things over there.
I
Yeah.
remember tried to take down the tower for.
That's right. They blew it up and it didn't move or something.
Yeah, they had 3 or 4 controlled demolitions. Tower was still standing. Shout out to Alan Stanford and the architectural team, all the construction workers. Fantastic monument. The amount of dynamite it took to take that down. Lord. Surely they could have found a better use for it, in my opinion. It was taking place here, so we were watching it the whole time.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, they're trying all sorts. When the dynamite didn't work, and we saw a crane come, try and maybe almost pluck it out of the ground like a carrot. That didn't happen. Foundations too strong.
Built to last.
Yeah. I think because this facility has been built to last, someone such as Cricket West Indies could benefit from what would have happened to Alan Stanford and the Stanford Bank. At the end of the day, the infrastructure was put in. But it has been a couple of years now that we heard about the plans of the hotel and
Yes. But apparently, I have it on good authority, Mali, that work will commence later this year.
Once again, later this year, soon. You hear the language? I take notes. I'm taking notes. Okay, that's all I'm doing. Research purposes.
Shot. Driven through extra cover, nobody moved, 4 runs.
Yeah, he's looked a lot more assured in the second innings, has Rasanta. Have a look at this. Beautiful. Gets in a good position outside that off stump. Long half volley. But put away quite exquisitely. Pleasing on the eye. Nice high elbow.
Close to 35 of just the 40 deliveries, 71 without loss.
And if you think back to a Jaya Ward and Jaya Surya, even Kusha, Mendes and the like.
Mm-hmm.
But Jayawarden and Mendes in particular. So Sri Lankans have been known, or Sri Lankan cricket has been known for producing quite beautiful batsmen to watch.
And again,
have a look at that.
Repeat performance.
In fact, just
a bit
played the
fuller.
front leg.
Yeah.
A la Marlon Samuels. Let's have a look at this. Have a look at that. Yeah, just cleared the front leg.
Like he premeditated
he did
the delivery.
A bit of T20 or limited overs in that shot.
So they continue to roll along at the end of 12 overs. They rocketed up to 75 without
75
loss.
already. They're really looking to demoralize the West Indies Academy.
Absolutely. The lead passes 150, 153 now. I used to like Tilakaratne. I thought he was a stylish
Dash
batsman.
Dilshan. Yes, he was. We had Tilan Samawira as well.
Right, yes.
One time was the number 1 rated batsman in Test cricket. Had the pleasure of dismissing him when he was the number 1 Test player in the world as well. So that brought me
excellent
a lot of joy.
Yes.
Played against Sri Lanka 2005. Luckily for me, my time we were later on Sato. But boy, it was a pleasure.
What was the celebration like?
And an education.
Did you take off around the ground?
No. Oh, when I got Jaiwan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was
You'd
brilliant.
have to.
Yeah.
And speaking of Marlon, have you spoken to him lately?
No, I haven't. Not
Oh, no,
my.
no.
There wouldn't be someone that I would speak to. I think you should ask Orlando Peters that. I did that actually the other day. I was like, what's going on with the icon, man?
Yeah, he's
Like,
a good guy, but he got into music. I think.
I liked him.
Yeah.
He came with his
He
issues.
got a rough deal, too.
Yeah. But here it is, the man from yesterday, Kelvin
Yes.
Pittman, the boy from Bethesda, into the attack. Starts with a short delivery. A lot of times you see bowlers actually start with that short delivery, looking to get through their action, knowing that they'll have to pull it down quite sharply. Aids them into getting into their work a bit quicker. Not the best directed bouncer, but nonetheless, Pittman, what can he do? Can he provide that breakthrough once again? It was 70 for without loss yesterday. It's just 75 today. So just 5 runs more.
And that's hit beautifully. In the air, but well wide of the bowler. And mid-on into the boundary for another 4.
And when you see a batter play the on drive in that fashion, it tells you just how comfortable he's feeling at the crease. Head leading the way, body following from over the wicket. Just allowed that to come in, stride not too big. Played it quite late. Presented a full face straight out the middle of the bat. That forces a change of angle from Kelvin Pittman. Didn't give him, in fact, no, he's staying over the wicket, my bad. The change is that fielder coming into that short, straight mid-on position.
Yes, where it was aerial for a bit. Teddy Bishop has moved himself there. The thing I'm impressed too, though, Marley, with Pittman is you can tell that he's worked on his fitness.
Yes, yes. You were saying yesterday the body looks a lot different. It's a lot stronger.
Pittman in again to Daniel. Stabs that out on the offside for an easy single.
Good cricket that.
Soft hands again by the Sri Lankans. Move on to 80 without loss.
But if you saw how that was played by Daniel, just had to adjust slightly outside that off stump. So we're just seeing the benefit of using this angle from over the wicket. That one going on with the natural variation. Maybe a little short, allowing Daniel to readjust, knock it into the offside for one. Just going to say I'll get a short leg in for Rasantha. This is where you want to see a captain just be a little instinctive. Was hitting that first innings. Kevin Pittman bowling a heavy ball.
Wrapped on the gloves in this innings.
Get a short leg in.
You go in, boys. You go in, boys.
But you talk about guys working on their fitness and everything like that. That's what you don't want to be critical, but after seeing him, and we saw him in the West Indies Championship, it's Pittman in again to Daniel, and he's gone for that. Thick edge over the keeper, 4 runs. I was very surprised to see O'Shane Thomas being included in that West Indies A team.
Yeah, very surprising indeed. It's been pretty decent for the Leewards, but not quite sure whether that selection was merited. What we're seeing here with Kelvin Pittman in the attack, I think Teddy Bishop has to give him a chance in terms of giving him the field in which he could be successful here, looking to pick up a wicket. If you think back, he picked up Daniel in that first innings, caught behind. But here in his first over, he's just got the one slip, especially when they need wickets. This game's getting away from the West Indies Academy. He's been the best bowler so far. Got to back him. Back his skills. Got to believe he's got that ability. Especially with this ball only, 12 overs old? 13?
Yes, Ali, absolutely. They need to stem the flow of runs, and there's no better way of stemming the flow of runs than taking wickets.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
But they're free-flowing at the moment. Sri Lanka, the lead's up to 163, 85 without loss, as Joshua Bishop comes into the attack.
Yeah, that pays. Don't know, Jimmy boy.
It's disappointing in that first innings, Josh Bishop.
Come on, Jimmy. Come on,
Quite expensive as well,
Make something happen.
by his standards.
It's cut through the point area. Another comfortable single to Santa. He moves on to 41.
Yeah, he conceded 79 of his 13 overs, went wicketless. Something you don't see too often for Josh Bishop. I think this is a good test for him.
Yeah, it'd be a good test to see
where he's at.
And if he can come back from that.
Just how effective he can be against these subcontinent batters.
Yes, Jimmy.
I have to find a bit more than what we saw in that first innings. So far, the energy looks a little better.
Nicely played, waited on that.
Just one, King.
Guided it down to third man for a single.
Keep on relax.
Wicket delivery.
Just to harken back to that game in 2005 we played against Sri Lanka at Fenners in Cambridge.
Right.
The most eye-opening thing for me, Dicey leave that, didn't read that arm ball. Once again, close Very close indeed, but no cigar. 87 without loss. Yeah, but we
So you were playing for Middlesex at the time?
No, playing for the English university.
Okay.
Yeah, versus Sri Lanka. And it was very eye-opening to see Matthias Muralitharan up close and personal. Lassis Malinga as well. Special.
Right.
Different class.
Yeah.
But Muralitharan and Malinga Bandara, the leg spinner for Sri Lanka at the time. Every time they bowled, you heard the ball.
Right, okay.
It was a fizz, it was a hum, especially with Bandara had it as well. But with Muralitharan, it was loud, it was a
yeah, right.
You heard this ball coming. Like, I was like, wow, this is a different level. And just to see how it would react off the pitch. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. They said he could spin the ball on glass or concrete. You believe it.
Right.
The amount of revs he's looking to impart on the ball. And I think that's something young Bishop. Obviously, you're not Murtaya Muralitharan. But you're looking to get a bit more on these balls. Don't want it just rolling out. The hint of spin.
Right. And relying on that arm ball.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
To me, he's overly reliant on that. And he can get lulled into feeling maybe that he's a better spinner than he is. Because the West Indian batters here just don't play spin as well as other nations do.
No. And that's what, I always ask the question or pose the question, the fact that, you get a coach in, and he doesn't have to be the greatest spinner. He may have been very good at playing spin. But, for example, if you're talking about a spin coach, or a coach that is quite adept at spin, I know he has a young academy, which is fantastic down in Trinidad. But somebody like a Samuel Badri, to work on the weaknesses, because if you look at Bangladesh, they pinpointed the fact that they struggled against fast bowling, so they brought in Courtney Walsh, developed their fast bowling. Not only their batsmen, but they got a couple of fast bowlers out of it.
India the same thing. And if we really follow the trajectory of the history of the game, you would think, okay, maybe you would think that West Indies started the four fast bowler attack. No. It was actually Australia. I think it was Lilly, Pascoe, Thompson, Max Walker. Maybe that four.
Gary Gilmore.
Had quite a few, actually.
Merv Hughes, he was a bit
little
later.
after.
Yeah.
But it was that 75-76 tour in which the West Indies were hammered. And I think Clive Lloyd recognized the need for...
That's where it came from.
The four fast bowlers.
Yeah, but he wanted them genuinely quick.
Quick. I think he took that to another level. But that's what I mean. The ideas come from somewhere. It's just how you develop them for your own system, for your own gain.
Right.
India recognized, hey, we don't have anyone in India that knows anything about fast bowling like Dennis Lilly at that time.
Exactly.
So let's go get him.
Yeah.
It's the same thing in Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Go get Courtney Walsh.
Right.
We're seeing the benefits of that.
Right. And they're the things you don't mind copying from other countries. But I think we've gone overboard here in the Caribbean since we lost the title. That we have to try and do everything like other countries. But as I was saying to Vinod the other day, they're natural athletes. They're doing those things because they're not natural athletes. It works for them, but it doesn't work for a West Indian.
Yeah, it's a top knot to finish from Pittman, just touching and going away. Yeah, you're right, Terry.
If you're out and out pacer, let him bowl flat out. That's what you want. Not this, but you get a line and length, line and length every 5 minutes.
Brett Lee used to say that all the time. You got to practice the ball fast as well.
Right.
can't just
Can't just turn up on the
turn
day
up
and
and bowl medium in the nets, and then on the day you're gonna run and you're gonna get injured. The body has to get accustomed to that kind of workload,
Yeah.
that kind of stress.
I remember Winston Benjamin telling me that, Lara Adams' company would come up to him and say, "We want 5 overs each from you, just outside off stump." So he would do that, but then he spend the next hour on himself, what he wanted to bowl
do,
in a match.
It's all about management
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Especially for the all-rounders, how much time do you devote to one discipline as opposed to the next?
Right.
Especially in the net session, there's only a set amount of time.
Hmm. And also, setting the field, I don't think we give the bowler enough emphasis to set. It's very true that a bowler is more comfortable bowling to a field that he set rather than his captain has set. All right, if it doesn't work, you can always have an input and everything like that and work together, but not just simply set the field for him and expect him to bowl something that he may not be accustomed to bowling.
But if you think about it, we have some people actually coaching in our system who, when they were players, they couldn't even set their own field. So what does that tell you?
A lot.
As you can see from Bishop, just trying to find a bit of extra pace. He's realized he's got to be a bit quicker to these Sri Lankan batters.
Which is good to see, and you can see his attitude also is better in this second innings. They need a couple of breakthroughs though, quickly. Oh, he's gonna run himself out. Just gets back. Bit of miscommunication there between the two.
Daniel was pretty sure. He
Yeah.
was away. In the end, I think if Clark would have picked
it up first time.
It was close in the end. Still had a long way to go, Colin Bowen Tuckett. Maybe not the best of throws.
So 88 without loss. Daniel is on 42 and Santa is on 41. And he wants more treatment, and the umpire says no. Go back.
Again, Becky Joseph would be best served just to not get too involved. Let the captain handle that, mate. A lot of zinc on the face as well from Joseph. Remember Bozo the Clown?
Yes, yeah.
Every time I see the zinc, it reminds me of that a lot. I don't know why, just as a child. Pittman to continue just the, what do you call that? Third slip?
Third slip, or he's almost gully, isn't
But
he?
I don't think it is a gully, to be fair. He's a bit
Because he's too deep.
deep, yeah, and a bit too fine for gully for me.
We'll
Looks
go
like a
with third slip, but you could drive a truck between him and the keeper. So it's dead past him.
Beats him to his right. For one.
Two, yeah.
Sorry.
Lead 166.
The issue for the academy here is it's just struggle to stem the flow of runs. This rate 5.50. It's hovered at about 6, 5.5. The majority of this innings. Gotta have a second slip, especially when Rasanta's on strike. Just there again. Bit of extra bounce, no short leg.
Short leg would have been in play again. Take a hammering on his gloves.
He has. Both him and Daniel. So far, he's backing up that performance that we saw in that first innings, Kevin Pittman. As you can see, the Sri Lankan batter's a little more circumspect against him. That's why I think you've got to pack that slip region a bit more.
Definitely. Try and get a couple of wickets.
Intent is different.
Yeah. Try and get
Oh,
back
look
in.
at that.
Beautiful ball.
Come on, Teddy. Come on, Teddy. Recognize the situation. Got to back your bowler here. Give him a bit more confidence. Have a look at that. Turned him completely around. Was maybe anticipating that going on with the angle. Just held his line outside the off stump.
Excellent delivery. But he should be able to see what's going on here, though. Teddy Bishop, where he's placed himself in the field at a straight mid-wicket. He's got front row seats. Around the wicket, Pittman to the left-handed Daniel. And even there,
as you see, it's the outer half of the bat once
exactly,
again.
didn't know whether to play, whether to leave. And it's rolled down to third man for another boundary.
7 for 28 in the first innings. I've got to be bowling with at least 2 slips on a gully.
Absolutely.
At least.
And as you say, Mali, the short leg to the right-handed Rasanta, because he's getting that ball to jag back quite sharply. It is now he looks like he's putting himself in the slip region.
What did you need to see, though, in order to do this? It wasn't 7 for 28 enough in that first innings. You know, these are things you want to see our young players really clued on and recognizing the situation of the match.
Cracked through extra cover, 4 runs.
Forced the left-hander to pull out something a bit special there.
That's 50 for Daniel.
Yeah, he was close to a 50 in that first innings, 47 to be exact. Was one better here. Brings up his first half century of the tour. So with Daniel, Rasanta, De La Vera.
That's his 10th
first class half century.
First class half century. He's got 400s to go with that in 29 matches. 99 without loss.
Pull the length back a little bit.
Tucks him up, all right.
Bad response. It's been a good start this from Pittman. It says 3 for 22, but he's bowled a lot better than that.
Absolutely. And as you say, he hasn't had the support in the field. So 99 without loss. Daniel is on 50 of 49 deliveries, and Santa is on 44 of 53. So they continue to motor along. We've just had the 17 overs. The lead is 177.
And counting.
Absolutely.
Still the full 10 wickets in hand.
They can see this through. There's about an hour and a half left in the day's play. If they can see this through to stumps with either no wickets or only 1 or 2 down, you could be looking at a declaration early tomorrow, Marley.
Possibly.
You sure, Jimmy?
As you said, a pretty important hour and a half this for the West Indies Academy.
Hey, JB, hold long, JB, hold long.
Left arm orthodox.
How long,
Bishop
Bish?
continues from the northern end.
Hold long, JB. Come on, lads. Hey, JB, look at that single, JB. Might catch you wrong, but JB. Come on, Bish, Bishy.
99 without loss. Peel for LBW. It looked like it was heading down leg.
Yes, lads. Yes, lads.
Not out,
Come on,
says
boys.
the
Come on,
umpire.
boys. We're putting in a work for us here, lads. Give a little clap here, boys. Give a little clap here, man.
Replay, yeah.
Good little
By
shift.
Bowen
Good little
Tucker
shift here,
too.
boys.
Took a really big step to his left.
Hey, bowling,
Played
bowling,
into the
bowling,
cover region
bowling.
for a single, so that brings up a 100 partnership between Rasanta and Daniel. 100 without loss.
Come on, lads. Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
Driving home the advantage here for
yes,
the
it's time-
Sri
it's
Lanka
time for the
emerging
breakthrough now,
players
boys.
late on day 2.
Time for the breakthrough, man. It's time for the breakthrough here, lads.
Bishop into the left-handed. Daniel is punching that to extra cover. Can't beat the field.
Yes. Come on, lads. Come on, lads.
Santa's
Hold on,
moved
hold
on
on.
to 45. Daniel is on 50.
Hey!
Gave that one a bit of air, did Bishop to complete the over. So 100 without loss. Sri Lanka emerging players in their second innings after taking a 78-run lead on first innings. Really driving home their advantage. 178 now the lead. Calvin Pittman will continue from this, the commentary box end.
Last middle, right down over.
They need wickets, West Indies Academy, to try and drag themselves back into this match. Sri Lanka have played some very good cricket though. That's why they're in this commanding position at the moment. So Pittman bowling with a one slip, fairly wide gully, and he beats Rasanta. Good delivery on or about that off stump. A bounce. Definitely had Rasanta playing at that one. He's been the pick of the West Indies Academy bowlers by far in this match as Calvin Pittman, local boy. Career best figures of 7 for 28 in the first innings. Adjustment in the field brought the deep backward square leg into a mid-wicket. Taken the mid-wicket and put him into short extra cover. Pittman in again to Rasanta. And that is blazed off thick outside edge over the top of the slip into the boundary for more. They're playing at will here, Sri Lanka. No pressure on them whatsoever. There's nothing wrong with the delivery, but he got enough of it. You're going to slash hard, as they say. Santa moves on to 49. It's 104 without loss. Pittman runs away from us now into Rasanta. Good delivery again, kept out by Rasanta. It's the odd delivery, keeping a little low. We've had a bit of a invariable bounce here at Coolidge on day 2. Well, whatever they're set to chase in the final innings will not be easy for West Indies Academy boys. They need wickets here at the moment to try and keep themselves in this match. So that's simply dabbed out onto the onside. They take a easy single, and that brings up Rasanta's 50. Well, both openers scoring half centuries. That's Rasanta's 5th first-class half century. He has 400s to go with it in 23 matches. They've both got double hundreds as highest scores too, Rasanta and Daniel. Rasanta's highest score, first-class score, is 244, and Daniel's is 209. Both average in the 40s. But good first-class records in 20-odd matches each.
That's it.
And they've had a good game, really. Put on 70 for the first wicket in the first innings. 105 and counting so far in the second innings. The lead now is 182. Pittman still just with the one slip coming around the wicket to the left-handed Daniel. In he bounds now. Daniel is lofting that. Kenny Clark comes round from mid-on and takes the catch. So there's the breakthrough. And it's the man again himself, Pittman. Removes Siobhan Daniel for an even 50. And Sri Lanka emerging players lose their first wicket for 105. For 105 for 1. He tried to pull that through the mid-wicket region. Caught the top half of the bat, didn't get all of it. And Kenny Clark took a decent catch running round from mid-on. As we take a water break here on Cricket 360, and we'll return with live action in a couple of moments.
We're back here post lunch. It's going to be Joshua Bishop to take up the attack from the CIU road end. But Kelvin Pittman has been the standout bowler for the West Indies Academy in the match, taking his 8th wicket of the game so far. The first one here today for the West Indies Academy. The dangerous Siobhan Daniel removed. Academy will be happy to see the back of him.
Lads, come on, boys. Hey.
And Jaya. This is his first delivery. Batted at number 4 in that first innings. And at number 3 here, got a duck. Just faced 2 deliveries. So maybe just given an opportunity. Yeah. Spend a bit of time at the crease.
Given. He did spend a bit of time.
He did, but not enough. It's a pair for Nippon Dhananjaya. In fact, identical innings.
Yes, LBW twice.
I was more thinking of the balls. I think he only faced 2 balls in the first innings, and here 2 balls again. The youngsters wouldn't like to hear that, would they? It's different how the youngsters speak, but back to the cricket. Josh Bishop pitched in line, hinted turn. Given. I think that's a fair decision, Terry.
Yes, most definitely got that one right.
A pair for Nippon Dhananjaya in this match. We'll be disappointed with that.
He was actually out.
Caught by Josh Bishop.
Yes.
In the first innings.
Bishop picks him up. LBW in the second, but good to see a bowler backing up Pittman.
Especially with the left-hander at the crease. This just gives him a few foot marks to look to hit outside the left-hander's off stump. Another reason why bowling from over the wicket is so important. Something that we spoke about, Stuart Broad exploiting that. Perceived weakness, but also the spinners.
Come on, lads, come on, lads.
Use the footmarks created by Stuart Broad from around the wicket, especially to the right-handed batter. Here.
Yes.
Bit of extra pace.
The turn.
Pace is the key. Can't afford to bowl too slowly to these Sri Lankan batters as a spinner. Successful over that though for Josh Bishop, his first of the match. 106 for 2. Lead of 170, 184?
84, yes. Brings Janishka Pereira to the crease, as he was part of that 100 stand for the 6th wicket with the century maker, De Oliveira.
As we said, lost a cluster of wickets in there. 4 for 19 at one stage.
Yes.
Would have been Dhananjaya, Wickramasinghe, both making ducks in that first innings, and the skipper only facing 13 deliveries. It did come down to Sohan De Oliveira and Janishka Pereira to forge that partnership.
Pittman, the started a new over into Santa
Oh,
and
he's
hits him.
That's a nasty blow as well.
Yes. Took his eye off that and it smacked him in the side of the helmet.
If you remember what we were speaking about on day one, in terms of that bounce and the inconsistent nature at times that's hit him on the grill. Spoke about just how disconcerting that could be for a batter to deal with the sharp balls that aren't quite getting up as high as you'd expect. Almost become a bit of a sitting duck, and on that occasion, just nailed him on the grill. It's good intimidating stuff this from Kelvin Pittman.
Continues to do the job for his team and his captain.
Continues to provide that spark the West Indies Academy so desperately needed in this innings. Look at this again. The tallest lad, Kelvin Pittman, so not too many are going to just harmlessly bounce over the head. This one didn't quite bounce as much. Got into quite an awkward position. Took his eyes off it.
Eye off it, that was the key. But we have seen a bit of extra bounce. Bowling from this the southern end into the northern end.
It's been this end mainly, isn't it? A few have gone from the CIU road end into, but from the spinners. The fast bowlers, we've just seen a few just rear off a good length. Just a bit of extra bounce, a little extra bounce.
He's right in behind that one though. Turns it down a fine leg and good running again. Picks up another 2.
And I would think that the amount of grass that's on this pitch would have something to do with that. It's not just a bare, dry surface. You know, obviously grass have roots as well.
Yeah, there's something in it.
Something in it. You can just hit an area. Or just behave a little differently.
Santa moves on to 53, 108 for 2. Pittman into him again.
Just a one slip on the gully. And a third man.
Be interesting to see though, Mali, from this point onwards. Do you think Sri Lanka emerging players would have a target in mind, or we just bat it out, see what happens? Coming into the third day.
Yeah, I think they're more playing the time of the match. 2 days still remaining in this game. They'd know if they bat for another
couple of
sessions at least.
Yeah.
They'll be out of sight. It'll probably be nearer to 250 at the end of this second day. More than likely. Oh no. What am I saying? 200, sorry. I was right, the lead.
No, pushing
lead,
250 though.
The score would be near 200, but the lead, you anticipate to be nearer to 250 by the end of play.
Yeah.
Oh, good delivery once again. Hint of shape back in a half. But presenting a full face allows him to survive on that one. Just peels away down to fine leg.
He brings that ball back nicely though. He's still got some good rhythm going here as Calvin Pittman. Santa survives though. He's gone on to 54. Brings Pereira back on strike. He's on 0.
Could we have a bit of an upset brewing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium? Leeward Islands T20 final.
Jamar's gone mad.
Yay.
Oh.
It's not just Jamar. We've had a pretty good all-round team performance. Anguilla team batting first. versus the Antigua and Barbuda T20 squad. Anguilla 182 for 2 off 18.3 overs. So it'll be a big chase indeed. Jamal Hamilton 69 off 57.
Still there?
No, out.
Right, okay.
Chesney Hughes 59 off 28.
Wow.
Dimitri Adams 46 off 26.
The old chestnut.
Yeah, so they've gotten the performances from that top three.
Consistently too, eh? Through the tournament. Be chasing over 200.
Yeah, Elroy Francis, very expensive, 2 for 24. Nina Henry as well, 3 for 31. Kofi James, 3.3 overs, 44 runs conceded to 1 wicket.
Very interesting.
Yes, it's going to be a fantastic finish indeed.
Yeah.
Up there at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, covered by 360 cricket as well.
What a brilliant job 360 you're doing, though, eh?
Yeah,
I mean,
all round.
This one here at Coolidge, 4-day match. West Indies A down in St. Lucia. The LICB T20 Festival at the stadium.
Is it a festival, is it?
Well, that's what they call it, apparently. The festival that nobody turned up to.
The festival. Surely the festival is a festive atmosphere.
Exactly.
A lot going on.
Although Bernard did say they got a bit of a crowd there last night,
Apparently.
though. Yeah. $110 for 2 here at Coolidge. Cut away and cut nicely. Down to the boundary, 4 runs to get Pereira going.
Probably wasn't as short as he first anticipated, but kept his eye on the ball. Principles of batting stay the same regardless of format or situation. You got to watch the ball on that occasion. Even though he maybe just misread the length slightly, he's good enough not to panic.
Use the depth of the crease well.
Yeah, use the pace of the ball as well. Ran away for 4. So he gets off the mark. Pereira. 38 in that first innings. 3 4s and a 6.
Yeah, he batted well in that first innings, didn't he, when De Oliveira was going at the other end. 114 for 2 at the end of Joshua Bishop's over. 55 to Arasanta. Pereira on 4.
Public holiday tomorrow here in Antigua.
Yes.
So cricket action going on here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. If you don't have too much getting up to it, come and have a look at proceedings here. Cast your eyes over the next generation of West Indian cricketers, also next generation of Sri Lankan cricket.
Exactly. So we're going to have a bowling change at the commentary box end. Nathan Edward into the attack.
Tomorrow will be a nice day to get a cooler out.
Yeah, make a family day of it.
Be nice if we had a little DJ possibly here as well. Just to try and create that festive spirit.
Exactly.
It's going to be Edward. That's a real loose now, isn't it? Very floaty from him. Bowling from the pavilion end tends to mainly favor the CIU road end.
Yes.
Maybe just slightly a bit more downhill from the CIU road. A little bit more uphill here from the pavilion end. Or is it?
I think so.
I think so. It looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Slightly, because even down towards the Cricket West Indies offices, Farmer Athletic Club, you see it's almost downhill.
Slopes
the way
away.
The ball slopes, runs away quite quickly. They were definitely a work in progress in the red ball game, especially with ball in hand.
I don't mind him though, Mali. I think he's a good
cricketer.
prospect.
Yeah, definitely a good little cricketer. I tell you what, though, I think this is just my opinion. But I think I see him developing more as a batter as he grows.
Than a bowler.
I think he'll be more of a batter who bowls at this stage of his career. He's a bowler who bats. You're gonna call him an all-rounder, yeah. I think what we're seeing, especially what's required as you grow up the levels, may just develop into a batter more so than a bowler. I think his batting is really his strongest suit. Played in 2 World Cups for the West Indies under 19.
Yes, true.
Still got to remember he's pretty young for this in terms of his peers in the academy. One of the younger members of this squad. Palmer as well, Zishan Matara. Leg spinner from Barbados. Michael Palmer seam bowling all-rounder from St. Martin. So we're starting to hear St. Martin is becoming more and more prevalent in West Indies cricket in terms of just what they've produced. If you think back really to the ascent of St. Martin cricket, a lot of credit has to go to the Antiguan John Archibald in terms of just how he built up that program. At least here in the Leeward Islands, made St. Martin a lot more fierce a competitor, a lot more skilled team all around. Really put the work in. You saw with that birth, the likes of Casey Carty. We had a couple more.
He got the interest up.
Yeah, he did. He got the interest up in cricket.
And good for Leewards also.
Colin Hamer as well would have played for the Leewards from St. Martin, leg spinner.
Daniel Dorr, switch back from the Netherlands.
Here's another one. Had a pretty outstanding regional Super 50, was it?
Yeah,
the last regional Super
year.
50. Would have represented the Netherlands on a few occasions.
.117 for 2 here at Coolidge. Santa is on 56. Pereira is on 6. Lead now approaching 200, 195. to continue.
At least they've gotten this run rate to just dip below 5.5. Now hovering around 4, around 5 itself.
Yes, a couple of wickets in successive overs, just pulling Sri Lanka back a touch late on this second day. Tuckett does the fielding there as it's nudged out into the mid-wicket area. Fluorescent inners he's got on there, very bright.
Very bright indeed. Obviously it's got to have a lot of inners. Plenty to choose from. Gets hot and sweaty in those gloves.
Mm.
To be honest, we just tend to have smelly hands. It's just the truth. It's one of the perils of wicket keeping. Stinky fingers.
Do you ever keep?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, my most memorable keeping I've ever done was at Middlesex. I was 12 man. It was, I think we were playing at Beckenham versus Kent. Bit of extra bounce.
Good delivery.
I was 12 man, and the wicket keeper David Nash, he ended up doing his back.
Okay.
So they had to wait for the second team wicketkeeper who was playing at Southgate to make his way over to the ground. Up until then, I was 12 man, I had to go and do the wicketkeeping. To Glenn McGrath. He was overseas at the time for Middlesex. Glenn McGrath, Abdul Razak, Jamie Dalrymple, off spinner from England, who possessed the doosra. I had no clue. Felt a lot more comfortable to the fast bowling. It was actually a eye-opening experience. Glenn McGrath was bowling to David Fulton and Michael Bevan at the time. Great Michael Bevan, lefty. Edwards to continue to Santha. I remember Michael Bevan had been dropped from the Australian Test team, and he was looking to force his way back into his playing county cricket, looking to try and get some scores to get back into the team. And in the way that Glenn McGrath spoke to him, you would think they were from different nations. Oh, the sledging was out of this world. He was telling him things like, this is why you will never make the Australia team again. You're just so crap now and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm tuned into this. But then that gave me insight into the competitor Glenn McGrath was. We always knew he...
But you said he was very good off the field.
Oh, he's fantastic off the field. One of the nicest guys you would meet. But I mean...
On the field,
on the field, he no inches given. Didn't care who you were.
But he never made it back, did he, Bevan?
No, he didn't.
He became a specialist one-day player.
Yeah, he never made it back into the Test team.
Right. But I don't think he was too well liked, though.
Michael Bevan, maybe that was why. I didn't know, right? Maybe that was why. Because they didn't seem like friends at all. I tell you that. The way
they're from the same place, though.
Yeah, the language was disgusting. Like,
Sydney.
well, not to me, but to someone else. I was enjoying this. Like, come on, Big Pidge, hit these gloves. I was thoroughly entertained. Nicknamed Pigeon, Glenn McGrath, because of his skinny legs. it's also quite helpful off the field in terms of with the young players imparting his knowledge.
Right.
Took me into the nets a couple of times and really I was grateful to him for really giving me that insight into how he goes about things. And the most surprising thing about it was just how simple it was. Wasn't trying to do anything extravagant, wasn't trying to bowl massive outswingers.
No, he just put it on the spot,
just
didn't
putting
he?
it on the spot,
Yeah.
let the pitch do what it would.
Right,
Just mainly
yeah.
just looking to hit the seam, Glenn McGrath. Yeah, I shared a dressing room with him for a year. That was a fantastic experience.
But good to hear, though, that he was,
No, he
helping
was.
the
No,
youngsters
he
and
was.
things
He
like that.
definitely-
Because, no, but your daddy used to do that. I remember him sitting down with, here at the recreation ground with the War Brothers after the test match in 91. And also, he took the gloves in the Melbourne test in 81.
I was just watching that the other night.
You were watching
Yeah,
it
it popped
when
up on my feed.
David Murray got
Yeah.
injured. Yeah.
Oh, was it Murray?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's another time. It was Douge's time I was watching. I think it was Douge. Maybe it was Murray. Maybe I missed it. But I think it was Douge. And he took the gloves, took a catch like the next over or something.
Yeah.
Off Alan Border, I think it was.
He missed one, and then he took everything else.
That must have been another time.
Well, that match was Dujon's first test, but he was
didn't-
selected as a batsman.
as a batter.
Yeah, David Murray was still keeper then.
Yeah, if I only had to wicket keep the fast bowlers, I'd have been fine. If I had to be Douche, I'd have been fine. It's when the deucers and all these little mystery spinners start getting involved. They can make you look really foolish, you know. You're down the leg side and it's turning, it's gone the other way. You're like, what the hell? Boy, you gotta tell me, you know. Some bowlers will have a little signal to the wicket keeper. Okay, it's gonna be the quicker one.
Yeah, like they do in baseball.
Yeah,
the
the
signals.
signs.
Yeah.
Off the spin, I was just happy to catch it, to be fair, and especially with Dalrymple. He's one of these posh lads, you know. He went to Oxford. Jesus, he's like, Mal, can't you read it? I'm like, no, I'm not a wicket keeper, bro. You know, what are you doing? That's 4 byes. I'm like, sorry, I'm not a wicket keeper. The second keeps on his way. I'm just trying to help out here, you know what I mean?
Leave me alone.
Yeah. How about tell me you're gonna bowl a deucer? You know?
Yeah, the dudes didn't have to worry too much about the spin.
Nah. Well, a bit.
Right.
Yeah,
a
especially
bit.
with Roger Harps.
Harper.
Especially not when Viv was born. Spin? What's that? He spun his arm quite a lot. It looked like, hey, there wasn't too much going on there. I think he used to intimidate a lot of batters out.
I mean,
anything.
he intimidated everyone.
Right? It was more of that.
Yeah. Oh, that kept low.
Was that pad first? Was the issue for the umpire there, umpire Butler, on this occasion. This one just kept a tad bit low, Terry. Yes, well played in the end. Massive.
Thought he
edge.
was through. 124 for 2. Yeah, he intimidated everybody. And then when he got a wicket, he used to do a little dance.
Get out of here.
And that intimidated him even more.
Get out of here.
But it all worked because then they come firing in when he come out to bat.
Yeah,
and they'd end up 26 rows
yeah,
back.
Played into his favour, dropping a bit short, allowing him some siders. Yeah. Edward into his third. It's been a more controlled start to his bowling spell here in the second innings. That's something that he's got a low arm already.
Yes.
Nathan Edward.
Yeah, very much like a Fidel Edwards in build and action.
Left-handed version. Maybe a little more slingy was Fidel.
Yes.
That was definitely a bit more slingy. That load up was a bit more side on.
True.
That coil and then release. That extra pace. Nathan Edward a lot more front on in his action.
He's keeping it tidy enough, though.
If you're not getting wickets, you got to at least try and keep it tidy. Lead above 200 now, 202.
Yeah, and they were scoring far too freely before.
What's it saying on that scoreboard? How many overs remain in there, Terry?
19. 19.4, yeah. We won't get them in. About 40 minutes. 42 minutes before stumps. Over yesterday, about 13 short, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Did expect that, especially with...
Yeah, when you got the seamers bowling, the majority.
A heavy seam heavy bowling attack for the West Indies Academy. See Becky Joseph, number 46. He's got the stocking. Does he have a little stocking on his head there? Possibly. It's one of the first times I've seen him without his wide brim. Is that his hair or is that stocking? Can't tell. If it's a stocking, not sure what he's protecting under there.
I think it's his hair. Oh no, he
Nah,
seems
it's
to
his
be
stocking.
adjusting. Yeah.
Extra bounce.
Yes, once again.
Pereira, one of the taller members of this Sri Lankan team, isn't he? Janishka.
Yes. Edward bowling around the wicket now to the right-hander, straight through him. That was a good delivery. Cut back, straight through Pereira.
From round the wicket to the right-handed batter. I'm not sure what Pereira was doing there. Looked to advance, went back in the end. Just seemed to be all over the place in terms of his footwork there. But a bit of extra bounce once again from Nathan Edward. That one really looked good. The rhythm, everything. Bit of shape as well. The arm was a little higher, hence that bounce through to the wicket keeper. Consistency. That's the name of the game for these
Definitely.
young players.
3 overs, no wicket for 7. That's a good start for Edward. West Indies A were bowled out for 220. Artenez top scored 65. Justin Graves 57. And in reply, South Africa A at 22 without loss.
Looks like the West Indies A team up against it again.
Yeah.
During the second test.
Anderson Phillip replacing O'Shane Thomas in the 11.
Unfortunately, Gillon Tyson was hit in the head in that previous game.
Correct.
Been anticipating what he could offer.
Sweep didn't get its appeal by Bishop. Not out, says the umpire. And it's given as runs. That's why he didn't get the LBW appeal.
I see Kevin Anderson. He's batting number 3 for Guyana. He's batting number 3 as well for the West Indies Academy. But in my humble opinion, obviously this is the gospel, but this is just a
Quicker delivery beaten.
And that's the delivery he really relies on, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
For me, Kevin Anderson against top international attacks.
Yeah, you
for
reckon?
me, looks like a number 5
Right.
batsman, not a number 3 per se. Not saying he can't bat at number 3, of course.
Big appeal again. This time against Rasanta. Not out, says the umpire.
It's almost it's similar to if you see Steve Waugh walking in at number 3. Something just not quite right about that. Obviously, he could bat at number 3.
Right.
But he seems best suited to number 5 for some reason.
Even Adam Gilchrist, they tried him on 3, didn't they? And that didn't work.
No. But
and once
Anderson-
again, not
Anderson-
saying they can't.
No.
But it just didn't
Anderson
work.
at 3 for me. I don't think that's his best position in which to be successful. That's all. I think Alec Athens, he comes in with the test experience. He's played all that cricket. He's got that test match experience behind him in one-day internationals. You're the best batter in the team going back number 3. The best batter bats at
It's
3.
supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to
I
be.
don't understand it. Especially you want to bat at 3. It signals you as the best batter. You got to have that confidence to really go out there. But it seems a lot more comfortable batting at 4, number 5 at times.
The Great West Indian teams had the best number 3s. Everton Weeks, Sir Garfield Sobers, Vivian Richards, Richie Richardson.
Just finding something here, Nathan Edward. A bit of pep in his step.
He's bowled well.
Yeah, since going round the wicket. Really suits his style of bowling, especially to the right-handers. I think the angle gets him in a lot stronger position. He's not as worried about getting off the pitch, getting off the danger area, so he gets to really finish that action. Let's have a look at this again, just there. Bit of movement as well, squaring up for right-handed Janishka. And ever wonder to yourself just why pace is exalted as much as it is in our game? It's a delivery such as that. Very good delivery. Just imagine if that was 5 or 10 clicks quicker.
Quicker, yeah, exactly.
The batter just has to make the decision that split second quicker. It poses a vastly different challenge. A lot more difficult which to keep those balls out, especially with movement on them as well.
Yeah, exactly, Mali, and that's why fast bowling is so key. I mean, it's not just the pace that, you know, this ball can hit you, this ball can trouble you. It's also the pace of defending your castle.
Oh, beauty.
Excellent.
Absolute beauty. That one just...
That one held its line.
It did. Angled in.
and straightened up.
Let's have a look at this. Almost went like a quick leggy. That one. So good wrist positioning this from Nathan Edward. It's just angle round the wicket, suiting his bowling. The rhythm looks good. Big swing again.
It's troubling him. That's why he advanced, trying to negate that swing.
Ended up missing that by a long way.
By a mile. 127 for 2. Rasanta 62, Pereira 10. Lead is 205. Still got the 8 second innings wickets remaining. Does Sri Lanka?
Yeah, they've definitely forged ahead in this match. Definitely the team in control here. So Rasanta just make a little signal to the gods almost. Maybe just saying a few prayers there. Wanting to get through to stumps. A better way to do so than to get off strike.
Absolutely, yeah. He'd be now with about half an hour to stumps. He'd be eyeing a big 100 tomorrow if he can get through this period. 62 he's on.
He's played really well today, hasn't he? Showed glimpses
well
in that first innings. Slightly slower delivery, that one from Josh Bishop.
Yeah, it almost fully, he almost ran past it. Huh?
The fluorescence on show once again.
When you were on air earlier, you were talking about how well he uses the depth of the crease, Bowen Tuckett. But I think the secret to him too is he still stays on top of the delivery though. You see a lot of them fall away.
His balance is a lot better.
Exactly. Chopped out through covers for another easy single to Rasanta. Oh, and he's got him. No?
Wow. That's
It
turned
looked
off
like,
the straight.
yeah.
Actually looked as if that was quite a healthy edge. Thick outside edge. Now have a look at this. Maybe just hit that foot marks.
Yeah, that went a mile.
Went an absolute mile. He's missed that by a long way, Janishka. So he's just struggling slightly to get into his innings, Pereira. But he's still there, 11 off 32. From a Sri Lankan perspective, I know they've been a little frustrated with a few of the decisions that would have gone against them here today.
Yes, as I said to you off air earlier, that Mendes, the coach, was a bit frustrated with some of the decisions, particularly the run out.
Josh Bishop run out.
Yeah, because he thought the umpire was in perfect position.
He was.
Ooh. Just kept out there.
He's been taking it away more often than not from the right hander. This one just coming in quite sharply.
But you can see how well Edward is bowling in this spell, though, Mali, considering that Rasanta's been out there for 30 overs now, and he's troubling him. Both, as you say, with the ball coming back in and the one
that's a
taking it
fantastic
away.
point, Terry. set batter.
Yeah.
Seeing everything that they've had to throw at them so far. That's the thing, the moving ball consistently. If you move that ball consistently, you trouble many a batter around the globe.
Definitely. And as we were saying earlier, it doesn't have to move a lot.
Just enough.
Yeah.
Just enough to take the outside edge or to just beat the inside edge of the bat to go through the gap into the stumps or into the pads. Inside edge through to the wicket keepers. Very much dependent on bowler having the ability to consistently cause trouble by moving the ball.
I think Pereira too. He looks a better bat when he doesn't move around as much in the crease.
The head just bobs up and down. As well, it's probably best served just to stay still for as long as possible. Big movement again. It's really just starting to go here in terms of the C movement. One touching down. That heavy grass on. Just keeping the fast bowlers in this game interested throughout. I think the West Indies Academy would also have a bit of say in terms of the conditions that they would want here for this series.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Home ground advantage. Got the 3 slips in play now. Does Edward come back again, but well defended by Pereira to complete the over. At the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players 131 for 2. Pereira's on 11. Santa is on 65. So they're well and truly in the driver's seat here. Sri Lanka emerging players after gaining a 78-run first innings lead. West Indies Academy bowled out for 214 in their first innings today, losing their last 5 batsmen for 36 runs. 5-wicket haul for Samadita, left arm seamer. 5 for 57 of 10 overs was the main destroyer for Sri Lanka emerging. Joshua Bishop will continue from the northern end. Bowled a lot better in this second innings.
Yeah, he has. There's been more about him in this second innings. Taking him a bit of time to get the competitive juices really going.
8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 15.
Even in the way that the Sri Lankan spinners twirl the ball prior to delivery. Not sure exactly what that means, but it just looks different,
right?
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's more of a flick.
Yeah, when you spin it from hand to hand, it's like you're ready to really give it a rip.
Right.
Rather than just flicking it up and down in the one hand.
That one's slightly tossed up.
West Indies Academy dearly love another couple tonight before the close of play. Just to keep the door slightly ajar. Oh, that got through this time. He's cleaned him up. Santa has to go, playing back to that delivery. He missed it on the outside.
I'm sure he's thinking, how did I miss
Yeah.
that one? Seemed to be in a good enough position, really.
Exactly. Big
What-
break.
What happened? Just didn't present as full a face as he possibly could have. Maybe just looking to maneuver that slightly into the offside for a single.
Big breakthrough though for the West Indies Academy. Rasanta gone for a very well played 65, but he misread that one for sure. Bishop picks up his second, 131 for 3. 209 is the lead.
Timely wicket that for the West Indies Academy. Set batter
Sure.
in Santa. Back in the pavilion now. So Pereira, who's found it a little bit of a struggle in his 36 deliveries, and Wickramasinghe, who is on a pair as well.
Yes.
Already saw Nippon Dhananjaya dismissed for a pair in this match. Just the 4 deliveries faced over 2 innings for him. Especially for a batter on a pair. No close infielders whatsoever. Think back to when the Sri Lankans were in the field and the spinners were on.
Much more aggressive field placements. So Wickramasinghe facing Bishop poses the question too late in the day. I know Nathan Edward is into a good spell. 4 overs, no wicket for 8. He's on the sweep. It's aerial, but it's fine enough. Beats deep backwards square into the boundary. So he's off his pair and underway. 135 for 3. He moves to 4. But would it be worthwhile before stumps giving Pittman another couple?
Definitely. Don't see how. It's only bowled a 5.
Yes.
It's a bit of a break already. He's taken 8 wickets in the match. Surely.
Be great for him to get a 10
to pick up
wicket
a 10
haul.
early game. But surely you got to go with the hot hand.
Will be at the moment Edward to continue. He's going to stay round the wicket. 3 slips.
He is beginning to find something though.
Definitely.
Nathan Edward.
Played to the man on the cover point boundary for easy single there to Pereira. He moves on to 12, 136 for 3.
And to be fair to the right-handers, it's as good as I've seen him bowl to right-handers in first-class cricket. Tends to really favour the left-handers, taking the ball away.
So he's bowling to new batsman Wickramasinghe. He's played that aerial again, backward a square, but it's gone into the boundary for another 4. So back-to-back boundaries for Wickramasinghe. He moves to 8, 140 for 3.
Seems to really like the flick, doesn't he? A bit of
He
extra
does.
whippage on that one.
And quite safe, even though they're going aerial. There's only the fine leg down on the boundary.
I think in times gone by you weren't a player from the subcontinent if he didn't play that stroke. Think of Mohamed Azharuddin,
Mm-hmm.
Ajay Jadeja, Salim Malik and the like. Very wristy players in
Very.
Zamam ul Haq.
Yep, yep.
Very proficient spinners against spin.
Absolutely.
It's a big fan of Inzamam.
Yeah, he was a good batter.
Very good batter.
Yeah.
Easy on the eye.
Wouldn't like to be his partner running
Hell,
with him, but
running between the wickets. No chance. Reminds me a lot of Rakib Caldwell, to be fair. To be perfectly honest with you. Someone as slow as he was, he's always setting off for a quick single, isn't he? It's like, Inzamam, what are you doing? Like, it's like he was trying to prove to us, hey, I'm not a fatty.
Yeah.
No, you're a
Watch me.
burly lad. You know, you hit the ball very
Burly.
well. Burly.
That's
You remember
That's-
when he actually went on
that's
that?
quite polite.
Okay, he's polite. I'm being diplomatic. Remember when he went on his fitness binge
Spree.
and lost all his weight? Couldn't score a run.
the yeah, because he put his balance out of
It
whack.
did.
Well, yeah.
His whole equilibrium was
Yeah.
gone.
His body was saying, what the hell's going on here?
He's like, well, I used to look down and see a bit of a tum-tum. That was my natural abdominal guard, I guess. Since then, he started wearing a few more balls on the body. He's like, it's a bit more painful than it used to be. It's a fantastic player indeed, Inzamam. End of that. Edward over 140 for 3. Approaching the last knockings here on day 2.
Yep, we've got about 15 minutes to go before stumps.
Says 14 overs remaining on our board. 13 on the electrical.
Joshua Bishop will continue. Bowling to Pereira, who's on 12.
It's a lot better. There's a bit of action on that one from Bishop. I think that's the next stage for him, just trying to incorporate more of his body into his bowling action. It's definitely aiding the response he gets out of the pitch more consistently.
Yes. But I think, too, you know, he wouldn't have been happy with how he bowled in the first inning.
No.
He'd wanted to
Up against
prove a
different
point.
opposition
Yeah,
as well. Maybe
yeah.
a little bit out of his comfort zone.
Right.
That's why I took a keen interest in it before he bowled ball 1.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
this is a real test
see how
for
it-
him.
yeah.
Against this type of opposition. Pitches in international cricket is more often than not even better than this one. In terms of the hardness, the firm, true nature in the bounce.
Bit of aggression, nothing wrong with that.
But he
Bowls
threw
the
that with
maiden.
his right hand as well. So
Mm.
showing his ambidextrous nature.
But with the results he's gotten over the last couple of years with the academy, and coming to the end of his academy stint, he can't really be that far away from a West Indies call-up in some format.
But this is what I was...
Yeah.
I actually forgot that point. Because I was going to say, considering just how well... He finished number 2 this season in the wicket-taking charts.
Right, yes.
Season before that, he was number 1.
Right.
So based on those performances that we've seen from spinners in the past, that in itself would warrant at least a call-up or, you know...
Exactly.
To the international squad. So there must be some little relevation in terms of they're not as sure about his credentials at this stage for international cricket. The numbers may say one thing.
Yeah. Credentials or maybe work ethic?
That too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, the credentials in terms of the stats a bit misleading then.
Right.
In that aspect. Are the wickets a bit favourable for spin bowling here in the West Indies? Oh, that's dead. No stroke.
He had to give that.
Nathan Edward, that's not going to go over the top.
No. And no stroke. He had to give that. Wickramasinghe goes for 8. Top delivery there by Edward. He's been bringing it back quite often in this spell, getting the odd one to straighten. That came back at Wickramasinghe, who shouldered arms, wrapped on the pad, gone LBW for 8. It's 140 for 4.
That will bring the skipper to the crease. Have a look at this one again. He's been troubling him with that one going away. Look at that.
Yeah.
No idea. Big inward movement.
He knew it too. He turned around very quick to look at the umpire.
Just to touch back quickly on Josh Bishop, we were speaking about maybe they do have some reservation in terms of, yeah, he's picked up, 70-odd wickets or so in the past 2 seasons in first-class cricket. It's a hell of a performance.
Scored runs as well.
Scored runs as well.
First-class century.
And considering how young he is.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously don't think he's better than Jamal Warrican at this stage. That's what I mean. In terms of, obviously, he's a good cricketer. Make no mistake, Joshua Bishop will definitely at some point end up wearing those maroon colours. In comparison to the others around him. For me, personally, I want to see him try and spin the ball more. Don't rely on just helpful conditions all the time. Where
and rely on that arm ball.
Yeah, where you can just be lulled into rolling the ball out and still get a lot of purchase off the pitch.
No, you make a good point as Edward into a new batsman who is Sadira. No, but you make a good point, Marley, because as you said, how did he get the wickets? Is it favourable conditions? Is it the approach of our batsmen towards spinners, that we see over the last 20 years, say? The top 5 are generally spinners in the leading wicket takers in the
so
regional first class.
We've been here before.
Yeah, exactly. But personally, I agree with you. He's better than that. He's better than any numbers. He's a genuine cricketer.
Genuine all-round cricketer. I think at times he just has to get his attitude right. At times, doesn't have an attitude problem or anything.
No.
It's just like we saw yesterday.
Everybody's allowed an off day.
Yeah, but be a competitor. He hasn't had too many off days for this West Indies Academy team, Josh Bishop.
Not at all. He's been one of the standouts for the last 2-3 seasons. Oh, we
inside
got
edge,
it.
inside edge. Big appeal.
Got him.
Oh my
Given.
word. Delayed decision that by umpire Brian.
Sedira don't look too happy about it.
Not at all. Once again, big inward swing this time. Not quite sure whether to play. In fact, I think it was a bit of bat on pad, as we'll have a look at this again, Jace. Have a look at this.
Jag back a long way again.
Gets into a horrible position. Have a look at this.
Yeah, because his foot's gone straight down.
Played on the move. Yeah, looks like bat on pad.
But onto his back leg.
Yeah, have a look at this again. Forward press, bit of a trigger movement there. In the end, not sure whether to play or leave.
Yeah.
Bat onto
straight
that
onto the back
pad.
leg.
There's a vociferous appeal. Seemed like it took the umpire forever in which to raise that finger. In the end, he did so. 5 wickets down now.
2 wickets in the over for Nathan Everett.
And just like that, is there an opportunity here for the West Indies Academy? Is it going to be our man from the first innings coming in?
Oh, it's the captain himself.
The captain.
Lakshan.
So, Centurion from the first innings. He drops down 1 this time.
Saving him for tomorrow, but they've just left the door slightly ajar.
They have.
A good comeback here late on day 2 by the West Indies Academy, especially in this last half an hour.
You did say this current run rate now, just 4.
Yes.
Best way to arrest the flow of runs is to pick wickets up.
218 the lead. They'd be telling themselves if they can keep it under 300,
So once
they'd
again,
still have a chance.
Once again, just losing wickets in clusters, aren't they?
Yes.
It's 100 without loss.
Yeah.
141 for 5. Kevin Pittman starting the slide in both innings.
Yep, they lost 5 for 40. Late on day 2 to keep the match interesting. They're still in front, but West Indies Academy fighting back.
I think if they have any chance, they've got to be chasing at 300 and below in this match.
Yeah.
We did speak about just how achieving that total of 300 has been so hard for this West Indies Academy batting lineup in 2025.
But that's when they go into stumps tonight, that's what they should be telling themselves, is Sri Lanka is still 5 down. Get these remaining 5 wickets as quickly as possible tomorrow and keep it under 300, as you say, Mali. It gives us enough time to take our time to get a target, say around 280, 300.
Especially the way in which Akeem Ogis went about that innings.
Clark
looks like that
good
can be
as
replicated.
well. Yeah.
The way he went about that innings. That's the thing. You're trying to replicate these things
true.
over and over. And the way he went about building that innings, that for me is the mode of batting for him going forward. In terms of just taking what the bowlers give you, not really trying to force anything.
Beaten.
Days again. It's his go-to.
Definitely. Lakshan doing his best to waste time here in this over.
I think that's why young Bishop was a little peeved at the beginning of the over to be stopped mid-run.
Yeah. He ended up pulling away twice.
Yeah, he recognized exactly what the skipper was trying to do. 3 minutes or so to go.
Yep. So we'll probably have one more from
one in.
Nathan Edward. Completes a good over from Bishop, just a single off it, so 141 for 5. Lakshan remains on 0. Pereira is on 13.
Fact is actually after you.
Lead 219.
I was just going to say it was good to see Shamar Joseph in that squad down there in St. Louis
Yes,
as well.
yes, yeah. He
For
needs
me,
the run
he's
out
been-
for
yeah,
sure.
He's been lacking cricket.
Yeah, yeah.
He's been living off for too long now, I think. It's time.
Yes.
Had a fantastic performance in Australia. We will never forget it. But that
Mhm.
was one test.
Right. He's got to
Time
keep
move
going.
on now. It's time
Yeah.
to put in some more performances.
Good bouncer. Well evaded there by Pereira.
Those bounces never really get too high from Nathan Edward unless they're woefully short.
And having said that, we were talking about Pereira before being probably the tallest, or definitely one of the taller Sri Lankans. If he stood up to something like that, he pulled that pretty easy.
That's what I was thinking.
But still, late in the day, nothing flashy. Good ball, well played.
He's got a bit of a lazy front foot, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Janishka Pereira.
Yeah, he's got a front foot like Teddy Bishop.
It's similar.
Yeah.
Very similar indeed. It's a good call, that. Good shout. He's trying to get those feet going, you can tell. Gets onto that off stump.
Just by watching him over the last half hour, though, he's hung in there, and he's hung in there well, simply because he stopped moving around the crease.
As much as he was.
Right.
Had a lot of...
This business of advancing and
Yeah,
all
a
this.
lot of movements before the ball actually delivered.
5:30 just ticked over, so we've got 3 deliveries left in the day. Can West Indies Academy prize another one out? Oh, almost. And almost a chance for a run out as Lakshan took off there. Pereira says, where you going, Skip? You just stay down there. I've got things under control. Edward in again to Pereira. Keeps that one out as well. One more delivery to negotiate. It's been a good last 40 minutes or so for the West Indies Academy on a tough second day.
Yeah, it really has, hasn't it? Things were looking pretty ominous.
Yeah.
Maybe around 15 to 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and 100 for none. And he negates it, so well played to Pereira. He will remain 13 not out. Lakshan is on 0, and Sri Lanka end the day in their second innings on 141 for 5. And that's after taking a first innings lead of 78. They bowled West Indies Academy out for 214 after West Indies Academy started the day on 34 for 1. 40s to both Akeem August and Rivaldo Clark in West Indies' first innings, but they fell away losing their last 5 wickets for just 36 runs to be bowled out for 214 in reply to Sri Lanka emerging players 292, and it was Samaditha, the left-arm medium pacer, who bowled extremely well. 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 57, well supported by the off-break bowling of Ashian Daniel, 3 for 45. And batting a second time, Sri Lanka emerging players have gone to stumps on 141 for 5, an overall lead of 219. West Indies Academy fighting back in that last 40 minutes or so of play here at Coolidge on day 2, picking up 5 for 41 after a 100-run opening stand. Marley Richards, how do you assess the day's play and what can we expect tomorrow on day 3?
It was pretty similar to what we saw on day 1 in terms of both teams landing haymakers and the other team having to respond. It was the West Indies Academy to end day 2 with those 4 wickets for 40 runs there, bringing them right back into this game, because at one point it looked like they would be 250 in the lead without any wickets on the board. But Nathan Edwards, started by Kelvin Pittman, Joshua Bishop as well coming to the party. Kudos for Nathan Edwards for producing those deliveries there towards the end of the day. We did mention he was just starting to find that rhythm. You could see it. You could see the action on the ball, the way the ball was carrying through to the wicketkeeper. Hopefully tomorrow they can come out and do more of the same. You still got the danger man in De La Vera to come.
Yes,
so
the
still
century
a bit of
maker.
batting for the Sri Lankans.
Most definitely. So 219 in front, Sri Lanka emerging players. Nathan Edwards has the figures in the second innings so far. 8 overs, 2 for 13. Hope you enjoyed our broadcast of second day's play of this 4-day first-class encounter between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players on Cricket 360 via the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. And on behalf of Marley Richards, Vinod Mancham, myself, Terry Laraji, and Big Jace, our technician, enjoy your evening and join us again for Day 3 coverage from 9:55 a.m. tomorrow morning.